Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So yesterday we had Juan on, and he was talking about the national election emergency that Trump is going to call. How about that? All right. So all of these naysayers that talked about the election steal was a lie, they still do. Although I'd say probably 60 to 70% of people in the U.S. and probably even a higher number around the world know their election was stolen. So we're moving in the direction where he's going to call a national emergency, according to Juan, and that will make sense. Then we'll have fair votes. Miami just voted a Democrat mayor. Are you kidding me? So it's getting a little ridiculous out there, and I'm not liking it. This election, these election steals, Democrats nowhere, and I don't know. Maybe in maybe in Miami they have a lot of people coming from New York, and that's a problem with a Republican state. You get a lot of people that are infiltrating from they're running from Democrat hellholes and coming and creating hellholes within Republican good areas. Very frustrating. So we'll see how long that lasts. Like Juan and I said, we get fair elections. The Democrat Party goes away. There will be a Republican landslide like we have never, ever seen before. So national emergency election going to be called national emergency election, something like that. It's going to be called by President Trump. So all of you whiners out there in the the political parties out there, the rhinos and the Democrats aren't going to like that very much. So that's pretty much what he talked about yesterday. If you haven't seen that video, a lot of you have. Go check that out. It was one I did with Juan. It's on the YouTube channel. All right, very insightful. I think Juan was a little has been partaking of some alcoholic tasty beverages, and so he was very open. He was very open, and that's okay. We like it when he gets open and reveals. Of course, I get out of the way so he can reveal. There's a lot of things I like to say, but he has to build a narrative. Because imagine if I were to tell you that you don't have your freedoms anymore, and you're like, well, what do you mean? And I'd be like, that's all I got for you. Yeah, there's, I can't tell you anything more than that. You'd want a story behind that, right? You'd want a story behind that. And of course, I have someone that can share a story behind that, and that's the author of Death of Freedom, Michelle Melendez. Michelle,
Hey,
wow,
aloha.
what an amazing view. Good job. Thank you.
I'm in Oahu right now helping a friend, and I just thought I'm going to sit outside and show you guys Diamond Head.
Diamond Head. I love that. I haven't seen that in a long time up close. That's beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah. My book, after I wrote The Great Maui Land Grab, so many people don't understand, how did we get into this mess? How did we lose our freedoms? And that's what the book is about. I'll just share with you guys really quickly how it happened. It was in 1871 when the District of Columbia was created, and they took the Washington and Georgetown, and they stuck them together and created a 10 square mile radius and called it the District of Columbia. And basically what that means, or what that meant to the country, to the nation, was that this district was outside of the United States of America, and it actually was run under Congress. Congress, literally, this is where Congress sits. This is the nation. They didn't want to put the capital of the nation in any sovereign state because they didn't want that particular state to have extra power over Congress. So they made this special area outside of the United States of America. And so what happened with this special area that Congress literally runs is it started creating agencies, the FBI, the CIA, the CDC, the educational department, all of it. And then those agencies, their power, their rules and regulations trickled in like fingers into all the sovereign states and took them over because of the rules and regulations of that of the District of Columbia. So that's how we lost our freedom. And I was talking to somebody who was like, how can we gain our freedom back? I said, we can gain it back if the people, if the sovereign states got rid of all of the federal government's programs and funding and we created our own, this would be over. It would be done. And we'd go back to having our sovereignty back. But I don't know. The money's too important for these demons.
Yeah, that's true. But we're taking the money away from them, and they're not liking that. Of course, they're trying to push back, but there's nothing they can do about it. And of course, your excellent work, sharing, the Maui, how it was basically a direct injury weapon attack. And then we had the same thing. You brought us a lot of great information about that. Same thing in LA.
Mm-hmm.
And seems like that's stopped now. Do you think maybe we've gotten
No,
upper hand on that?
I think it's more, it's happening on a lesser scale. I live on
Okay.
the Big Island, so I'm on Oahu right now, but I actually live on the Big Island. And on the other side, we have the Hamakua Coast, which is beautiful. There's been 2 to 3 fires on the Hamakua Coast, 2 fires on Hilo, which is the second largest town on the Big Island. And
Right.
Hilo, it's very interesting because people, you guys got to be looking at your general plans. And Hilo, which is again the second largest town on the Big Island and of Hawaii, it has no county plan. It has no regular county plan. All of the other towns on all the Big Island have their community plans except for Hilo. So we've been going to the county council meetings and talking about this Hawaii General Plan 2045, which it wants to turn all important ag land into natural land, which is literally going to force farmers to be having more restrictions on them. Maybe their organic material isn't natural. Maybe the new building they want to create for their farm isn't under natural. So we've been fighting our county council and going to every single meeting. I met with the mayor. He gave me an hour, and I brought him a stack of documents because at first he called us all conspiracy theorists, and then I was like, hey, give me an hour of your time. And he did. And by the end of our meeting, he paused the Hawaii General Plan. But then
Wow.
so it worked, but we're still in the works. So I just want to tell everybody, you gotta go. This is the easiest way to see if your general plan violates the Constitution. You go to ChatGPT, and all you have to do is put in, does my county's plan, put in the name of your county, does my county's general plan violate the Constitution, violate any amendments? I
That's
was
simple,
on
huh? Hmm.
I was live with Ann Vanderstill, and
Yeah.
she did this on a live show, and numerous amendments came up that her general plan was violating.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
That's great. Wow. So yeah, you've been talking about this for a while. So now you got it down to a very simplified way to find out. I
Yep.
looked when I was in Madeira Beach. I looked at our plan, and it was pretty good. Uh,
Good.
Although there were some problems when we had our flooding, that we started to, those of us that were there started to show that the city council and so forth was corrupt in a lot of different areas. So you have to be vigilant in a lot of different areas these days.
Yeah, that's why again, the death of freedom. It's what happened to America and how to save it. Because a lot of people goes, I'm all about actions. I'm like, what can we do? Okay, let's not complain unless there's something that we can actually do. And you guys, there's a lot of things we can do. Number one is, again, check out your general plan, go to your county council meetings, talk to your county council members, and share this information. I've created in the book, there's 3 citizen memorandums. One is about the chemtrails. You can actually use the citizen memorandum. I actually give you the link. You can download it, take it to your county clerk's office, and submit it into your county record. Then you can start using that to talk to your legislators and say, hey, this is real deal with these chemtrails. Like I went and spoke in Nevada. I could not believe the number of chemtrails I saw. It completely covered the sky. It was very disturbing. The second thing of citizen memorandum that's in the book is you can actually put a citizen memorandum about, I'll just say that, I don't know what platform you're using, but you can actually, again, put it into your county record. You go to your county clerk's office. It's very easy to do. These are already done for you. They're in the addendums. So you click on the addendums. I don't know if you can pull it up there or not, but if you go to the addendums, you can print these out, you guys, then take them to your county clerk's office. Then you can use that information and documentation by talking to your legislators. So it really, that's our power, is citizen memorandums, affidavits of truth, and then what Cal Washington is doing, which is our notices of liability. We have power against this. We just have to use it, and we need numbers.
Very good, very good. And you have the CIA, FBI mind control programs. So they're trying to dumb us down so that we don't understand any of this. And so I appreciate all the shows we've done together, because you have basically been disclosing this from our first show, and how they basically come in, they screw your mind.
And the thing is, people need to understand is this has been going on since the 40s. I mean, since after World War II. And the television and your smartphone, it actually has a frequency that literally hypnotizes you to stay alert, to stay awake, to keep scrolling. I remember one time I was scrolling. Okay, I get really good sleep. I go to sleep really easily, and I usually stay asleep all night. And all of a sudden, one night I was like, oh, I never do any of the short videos, never watch any of it. I was just like, bored, did it. I was up till 1 a.m, and I'm like, why? What is wrong with me? Why can't I turn this off and put it away and go to sleep? Wow. And then I was realized, oh my gosh, this is what mind control is. And so I stopped watching them. But it literally is an addiction, and it's by design, you guys. They know how to do this with your mind, with the frequency. Why in the world, 2009, why did the government, Congress, care about what if you had a digital television, or what was that about? Everybody had to go to digital. Is because of the frequency, the new frequency of that television. That's why. Because it was all mind control. That is the reason why everybody had to switch to digital.
Incredible. Wow. So yeah, more great reveals. I got the audio book. I was listening to it when I was working out. So it's great you have it in audio format that frees it up for a lot of other people too. So
what happened? There's so many people that don't think anything is going on, but it actually explains how we got here. The founding fathers, it's all business related. It is all about commerce. In fact, the court system is based on what's called merchant law merchant. And this is an ancient law. Congress didn't create the system of our government, of our court systems. It actually is based on law merchant, and law merchant was based on the ships. So ships would go into different ports, and they needed one system if anything happened, and that they could go into courts very quickly, solve the issue so that they could get back on their ship and leave. And so what happened was they actually turned this into the system, into what we have now, which is the court system. And here's another thing too. When you go into the courts, it's not under the Constitution unless you invoke the Constitution in the court system. And you can do that. And the way that you do that is you basically ask a question. You say, Judge, you and the prosecuting attorney have both signed an oath to defend and support the Constitution. Is that correct? Once the judge says yes, which he's not going to want to do. In fact, Captain Matt, who's in the first book I did, Great Maui Land Grab, he didn't have any plates, any state plates on his car. He was traveling, because you can travel under the Constitution. So he gets pulled over, goes to court. The court literally waits till everybody is out. He even said, because they knew him, they knew what he was going to do. So they even had to push, kind of shoo some people out of the courtroom. So he gets up there, and the judge starts talking, and then Matt goes, I have unalienable rights under God. And he looks up, and the judge left the room, walked out of the room when he said that, because once you literally say that you are a sovereign being, a living man or a living woman with unalienable rights under God, you take yourself out of the jurisdiction of the law merchant, which is what is run in the courts. So the judge left the room and then came back and the judge was pleading for Matt. It was actually, you could hear the recording. I heard the recording, and they're arguing back and forth. And the judge is going, "You're going to plead no guilty, or no, not guilty. You're going to plead not guilty, and we're going to have another court case." And Matt is trying to talk over the judge, saying, "You cannot make a plea for me," which they can't. So anyway, long story short, they do another court case, and the police officer doesn't show up, and it gets dismissed. So they will not tell you the truth about the court system. But if you use this, it's going to shift things. It'll shift things out of their jurisdiction.
Yeah, we're taking the control away from them. So they've masterminded a control system, maritime law, pirate law, and if you learn that the constitutional law, is basically was written into the law of our land. And they've been stealing it from us for a long time. So we have basically these players that are in these positions of power. They're in positions of power because we've allowed them to be there.
That's right.
And once we start to understand, we don't have to allow them to have any authority over us, because they're in those positions a lot of times through coercion, through manipulation, and all other kind of means that are not lawful. Then they're in a position that's not lawful, and so they have no jurisdiction over us. So beautiful job describing that in your work. Of course, we all love your work. You've been revealing unbelievable information in your books, and this is just a taste. So people, if you want more, the links are in the description box. Definitely go check them out. And anything else you'd like to add, Michelle?
Yeah, G. Edward Griffin wrote the foreword, and that was just such a blessing. I was at the Red Pill Expo with him twice last year, and asked him if he would do the foreword to my book, and he wrote that. And just to have a legend like that to support this work just really meant a lot. And of course, you wrote an endorsement. I just really appreciate that and your time for doing that. But again, I just want to say, you guys, we do have power. Sometimes it feels like, it's so overwhelming, and the corruption is so much, but each one of us is here for a reason. My background is a fitness trainer, and if I can find this information out and do this work, you guys, going to your county council meetings, can they be boring? Yes and no. My sister was actually laughing because we were sitting there in one of our county council meetings, and we had a group, like 30 to 40 of us, each one of us speaking with passion, talking about our general plan and what we don't want and what we're concerned about. And my sister looked at me and said, "This is the funnest I've ever been at a county council meeting," because all of us were really passionate about holding our ground and standing for our freedom. So you guys, we're meant to do this. Find your community, start to grow your numbers in your community in a way that is what we call Pono, which is right, and Aloha, being kind, and do this work. This is what we're meant to do. If you think it's not coming for you, think again. It's coming for all of us.
Yeah, beautiful. All right. Thanks a lot, Michelle. I know you're limited time, but we'll have to do a more thorough show in the future.
My pleasure. Thank you so much, Jaco. Aloha, everyone.
Aloha. All right. So you guys see that, there's information out there that can inform us and help us to break free from this manipulative control system. President Trump can only do so much. He can set the stage for a lot of this stuff, like when we have this election emergency, presidential election emergency proclamation that sounds like it's coming. That doesn't mean that we just kick back and election integrity is going to just land in our laps. That gives us the freedom to really push into these areas that have been super compromised. Colorado, New York, lots of different states have been extremely compromised on the election integrity. California, probably one of the most egregious of all of them. This will be the opportunity for those of you that have been, you know, waiting for this type of opportunity, pushing as much as you could, making inroads, and this will, like, you know, create a super highway so you can go high speed into taking down this control system like we were just talking about. Right? It's not just judges; it's also the political manipulators that are out there. It's the educational system that's out there. So many different things. They're going to get taken down and destroyed and never to return again, ever. So that's what we're looking for. So you guys know that I have said some things in the past. Michelle was talking about how there is still a little bit of manipulation going on as far as like directed energy weapons creating fires and burning things. I think on a limited level that is very possibly, and obviously in her case as she's describing, going on. So but on a larger scale, it seems like it has been suppressed for significantly. I talk about how I predict weather and so forth, hurricanes. I've been doing that for well over a decade, close to a couple decades, with people in smaller circles, but on a larger scale, definitely over the last 6 years, I've been on a massive level. So this last year, I talked about how there are ships, large ships, container ships, tankers that are used, and they're helping to create weather patterns out in the water, and that had been proven. So I talked about how wouldn't it be nice if special forces teams like my old team, SEAL Team 6, we did shipboarding. Of course, there's a lot of groups that are trained. You can have trained in shipboarding now. You can have Coast Guard. Coast Guard was trained by, and I remember when I was in Virginia Beach at SEAL Team 6, we had a group of trainers that went to the Coast Guard and started training the Coast Guard how to do shipboarding, caving ladders, and going up and how to move and so forth. So yes, there's a lot of different groups out there. Of course, the fleet, naval fleet has components now that have shipboarding crews and so forth. They can launch river boats and go out and do shipboarding. So it is something that I said should have been done for the weather modification ships, big ships that were out there. And lo and behold, we didn't have any hurricanes this year that impacted us. All right. Now, I said, I think maybe a couple days ago, because there's all these people are making comments, because I think they've taken down probably a couple dozen of these speedboat that are out there, and I think 85 people have been killed, terrorists that are on these speedboats bringing drugs to America. Now, I've known for many decades that we have there are ships out there like cargo ships, like tankers and so forth, that their rear area, just like you see on ships that are landing craft ships, where their backs basically or their fronts open, and then they have well decks and boats can come in and out. There are tankers and container ships that can do this as well, guys. All right. It's not anything new technology, but it is something that's been hidden from the public for a long time. So a couple of days ago, I talked about that. How about that? So I talked about that, and guess what? One of the headlines is today that we should go board those, because that's where the speedboats are going. They're going to these tankers and these vessels that have large, container ships and so forth that have well decks that are allowing these boats to come in. So today we have breaking news, that Trump confirms U.S. forces interception and seizure of sanctioned oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. How about that? So I think I've known this for a while, that Trump and team have been paying attention to what I put out. So not that it hasn't been already going on, but because I reveal it or other people reveal it, not just me, but it comes into the public domain through one of us influencers, then it can go into the general public, like we're seeing right here. So you see that gentleman that looks like he's going up a ladder. It looks like I don't know if it's doesn't look like a caving ladder to me, but maybe it's a more stationary ladder. So a little bit easier to go up. The caving ladders are just a wire. It's wire on each side, and it's got a little piece of metal that goes in between. And on that metal, we would put what's that? That slip, non-slip stuff that we put on decks. I can't think of the name of it right now, but slips, non-slip stuff, right? So it's been a while. So we put that on the ladders, on the caving ladders, on where the little pieces of metal go, so your boots don't slip. And if you're wearing booties like I used to wear, because I'd be the first one up, they're slick, can be slick, even though they have a nice firm sole on them. They can still slip if the metal is just bare metal. So we put basically this non-skid, and I think that's what it's called. It's called non-skid paint. So it's got basically particles in it, and when you paint it, it dries, and it's textured so that you don't slip. So this looks like a ladder. Maybe this is the new thing. They don't have the caving ladders. Probably the SEAL Team 6 guys still have it, but these guys look like whoever they are, and they're not SEAL Team 6. Otherwise, you would not see their faces. But they have some type of ladder that's more firm, easier to climb. As you guys can see, they just stick it up there, and it's probably got a metal hook at the top, which basically can go over the railing, whatever, and hook. And then the first guy goes up, and he'll like do a carabiner, so the next guys come up, they're safe, right? So that's what I would do. I would be the lead climber. That's why they call it lead climber. So you're first one up. You could be the first one shot too. So you had to come up with the, after being smashed in the boat for hours, in heavy seas, and then you like climb up this ladder with the boat up and down, and then you get to the top, and you like have to break out your pistol just before you come over the top, and nope, there's nobody there to shoot. Put it, and then get up, and then make it safe, and signal down to everybody to come up, and then everybody comes up, and then you take down the ship. So that's what. And by when I say take down a ship, you head for the bridge. Now, this can be multiple things that happen at once. So we would have snipers that would come in, little birds that would cover us, and then we would have C-60, or not C-60, but MH-60s, Blackhawks that would come in, and guys would fast rope from the Blackhawks on either side, and then they go up and take down the bridge, and then we start deck by deck, taking over the ship, right? So this is probably what's going on out there now. So you had the speedboats that were going, so they weren't letting on that they knew where they were going, right? But they knew, of course they knew. So they're hitting these boats before they would get to these container ships. And once you get on those container ships, you can't hit them with those, direct-to-energy weapons or missile systems anymore. Yes, I said direct-to-energy weapons. And so now it's a bigger reveal, guys. So we're in a bigger reveal for the public. And yes, we all work together, and we start to reveal these things, and we make it easier for everybody to understand. All right. So there's things that, I know, I look at, and I'm like, I can't reveal that yet. So I'm not going to just start blowing stuff up, with my talk. So you guys that are watching me, you know that. So you're safe. Your secrets are safe with me still. So, but this I felt was one of those, because people were asking, WTF, what the frig are we hitting these speedboats? They're definitely not going all the way to mainland United States. And I let it ride. No one say anything. No one say anything for a long time, for weeks. And I'm like, I think it's okay to say this now because everybody there's so much momentum behind finding out why we're doing what we're doing, and so I said it. I said it, and now it's out in the news. It's crazy how that works, right? There's a lot more things I could be saying, but they'll have to wait for the perfect time. All right, so not only am I well informed, from decades of working within that environment and working with systems that were extremely advanced and are still so advanced that you're not going to see them probably for, I don't know, maybe a couple of years until some of those secrets start to be revealed that everybody can benefit from. But it's also from my remote viewing, right? So I see things, and if I see or hear someone else say something that I have remote view that I know is like, it's kind of sketch. It's on the cusp of maybe I shouldn't be revealing this yet. But if I hear someone within administration say something along those lines, and I'm like, bam, here we go. I'm putting it out there. So it is a very we all have these abilities. I've talked about this for this is before I became an influencer. I was a teacher of remote viewing and remote influencing, and intuition. So I use these skills. That's how I became so popular. I use these skills basically to look and see where things are going and who's doing what. Of course, YouTube did not like that I was very, very informed, so it took me down. So freedom of speech is back for a certain extent. Now, I saw just recently where some people within administration have been saying that free speech is back, but I can tell you that it's back, but not in everything. In healthcare, all right, there's still things that can get you in trouble. But I've been saying a lot of stuff that I said 5-6 years ago that got me taken down. But I'm just full on a lot of this stuff. I have Juan come on. Juan just goes off. I think he likes to come on and build the narrative like I was talking about before Michelle came on. So Michelle, kind of came in just the perfect time to let you guys know you have to have a story behind, like for instance, we were talking about the freedoms, right? So freedoms have been taken away from us. We can get those back, and we are getting them back. And one of the ways we're going to get them back, we don't have them all yet, but one of the ways we're going to get them back is to have a national election emergency so that a lot of the people that have been manipulating and controlling us, controlling our consciousness, just like, I mentioned with Trump derangement syndrome. When I had Kathy O'Brien on, I wish she had mentioned that while we were having the show, but after the show, we talked a little bit, and she's like, yeah, this Trump derangement syndrome, that's part of the MK Ultra program. And I was like, yeah, okay. That totally makes sense now. Yeah. So, and then Juan yesterday said, you know how they keep doing this Russia thing, and they tried to blame Trump for the Russia collusion and all that kind of stuff, which was all false. That's how they killed JFK, because JFK was behind the scenes having communication with his other in Russia, so that we didn't go to war with them. I think that's pretty cool, right? But the deep state didn't like that. They wanted to be completely in charge, so they convicted him in their court, like we're talking about, the court system, the pirate court, the maritime law court, and it goes into, they have the same system among themselves. They're so corrupt, and so within their own system, they're deciding who's guilty and who's going to pay. So they decided, because Kennedy was talking to Russia and making sure that we didn't get into a nuclear war with them, because as we saw with the Bay of Pigs, that didn't work out so good. Yeah, they double crossed him, and they were like, "Yeah, we got planes," and then we're like, "Well, we don't have planes now." And he said, "Well, you said you had planes. You had this all under control. I'm not going to like send U.S. jets into there and have the potential of U.S. servicemen being killed. You said you had this thing under control, so no, they didn't like that, right? So the Russia thing. So he's like, well, you guys are some dirty players. I'm gonna like just work around your dumbasses, which is what I've done my whole career. So, which is what I'm doing now, right? I'm working around the deep state, and I'm revealing stuff they don't want revealed. So that's pretty much where I'm at. That's what they did with Kennedy, saying, "Oh, you dirty." They said, "You're a dirty rat because you're talking to Russia, and we wanted to have a nuclear war, and you stopped that. So you got to go." And now we have NATO trying to start another nuclear war with Russia. So Ukraine, through Trump, was going to have peace if they had gone with Trump's plan. And Russia was like, if we do this, then yeah, we can have peace. But Ukraine, or Zelensky, is running back over to the NATO, demon rats, demonic assholes, not Democrats, but demon rats. So Democrats, demon rats, same thing. So, so there's demons everywhere. Demons here, demons there, demons everywhere, right? So, yeah, Luciferian. They're Luciferian, yeah. So, I mean, let's just call it what it is. So these people basically are, yeah, we'll give you money. Screw Trump. He's a Russia collusion guy, so we can continue to knock him down because there's Russia involved, just like there was with Kennedy. So they're like Russia, yeah. So that's how they attacked Trump for all those years. It's the same thing. That's what Juan revealed last night when I talked to him, and I was like, oh my God, of course. That's why they did the Russia collusion thing, because when they do that, then they can really come after Trump in their little twisted mind, little, back door, whatever, back deal rooms. This is cigar smoke and whatever. Probably don't smoke cigars anymore. They smoke each other, but so because that's what they like to do. All right, we know that they like to do that to each other, and yeah. So I have to throw this stuff out there sometimes. You'll see me like making jokes, just like Juan does, because the AI monsters that are out there don't understand humor, right? So I throw this humor and stuff out there like that sometimes, and that throws everything, and they don't like that, and that gets them into such a tizzy they don't make really good decisions after that. So, yeah, I like to throw that stuff out there, and you guys should be doing the same thing. So anyway, they're smoking each other behind the scenes, and they're making decisions while they're smoking each other, and that brings us to the point where we have these really bad decisions for humanity, right? And then those people that are trying to help humanity, like Trump and like Putin, because you look at Russia. Russia is a beautiful Christian nation, family oriented, and so forth. But these clowns talked about how she basically had been mind controlled, mind compartmentalized, and the main thing that they use. So this all came to me. This all came to me after doing all these shows with her and reading her books and everything. It's like it just boom came to me that they mind control not just at Kathy O'Brien. They still do that to hundreds, maybe thousands of children, guys. They do the MK Ultra. She said she went to NASA programs, military programs, DARPA programs that basically did mind control on her. She was Project Monarch. All right, so they compartmentalize their minds, and they can do that as young children. And they come in, they take these young children, and they basically defile them. All right, lots of different ways. All right, and subject them to all kinds of horrors. And so she's like, this was my that's beautiful. 111. Thank you. That's the most, Mary, I've ever gotten. Thanks. Appreciate that. And that's a beautiful number. That's an angelic number. So we are basically moving into a direction where we're exposing all this, but we have to understand it's not pretty. It's not a pretty system that they've been using against children within their own families. Their own families. You look at Bush Jr. He was obviously, that boy was mind controlled. Right? He was messed up. He was bad. And then you have a lot of other families, Rothschild families, Clinton families, you name it. These families are messed up. They file their children so that they can use their children in these programs, and they'll eventually, if they're really mind controlled really well, they'll move to the top. So Kathy's talking about how her mind's fractured, and I was like, I've heard from so many other people that are coming forward, and Kathy was one of the first ones. So revealing, and then more reveals come out, just like they're revealing that they haven't actually shown the ship with the open. I think that will come next. Where they're going to show some of these ships that have open bows or open sterns where boats can go in. I think that's going to come. Now. So when someone reveals and other people start to reveal more, they're like, okay, green light. He's not dead. They didn't take him down. Okay, I'm going to reveal. It's kind of the way I've been. And so Kathy O'Brien very early on was revealing on this stuff. So I was like, they fractured your mind and compartmentalized it so that you could be a transporter of information. What's that event in Northern California where, Alex Jones went out there? What's the name of that place? Somebody throw it in the chat. So the name that Meadows, it's where they have the big trees, right? The redwoods. Bohemian Grove. Thank you, David. So Bohemian Grove, she said that she was in line when she turned 30 to be burned alive in front of everybody. And I was like, well, of course they would do that, because that's going to show all of those people that go to that. President Reagan used to go to that. Hello. So they're going to show them that they're going to protect you, because she worked with President. Well, she was. So that's what Kathy went through, and she's disclosing that. She's talking about how we can break free from that in her books. Michelle Melendez talking how we can break free from this in her books. My shows telling you how to break free from this. Get informed. Start to understand this stuff. Start to see through all the bloated shit, right? Because there's a lot of it out there. And that's what Juan said. He said, he has a Magador thing with Trump. And he says, Trump is not going to focus on the bullshit anymore. He's going to release the Krakens. He didn't say that, but that's my words. And he's going to start the, the emergency election fraud system is going to go into effect. So, oh my God, that's going to be so good. But again, it's not, done when he does that. It's like, that's when we really get the free reign to really get involved, guys. So he's creating an environment where we can take back our country and get more involved, kind of like Michelle was talking about, where you get involved with what is your city council doing? What kind of laws have they passed that are unconstitutional that you need to be aware of so that you can push back on? And you can get groups of people that go into the city council and say, you guys are doing unconstitutional stuff here. You're going to have to reverse that. All right. So, or we're going to vote you out of here, and we're going to make this extremely public, and with your names, and your lives are going to be ruined, and so forth. No. So that's what's going to happen. Tactical civics. That's really good, Arlene. Thank you for bringing that up. Tacticalcivics.com. There's lots of different ways. You should be paying taxes, federal taxes. All right. So there's lots of ways that you can stop that. Many of you have, many of us have. And if you get informed, just like you saw Michelle describing, if you have the right verbiage, it all stops. Now, Trump has said that we're probably going to be able to do away with the federal tax. No more federal tax because we are making so much money with taxing all of these countries. So today, the Federal Reserve manipulator came out and said that President Trump's taxation, where he's taxing other countries and so forth, is causing inflation. Bullshit. All right. So let's look at that. All right. So right now, today, as we're speaking, the real money that we're going to be moving to very shortly, silver, is going up and away in my beautiful balloon. So there it is. Look at that. Silver is at 62, almost $63 an ounce right now. Gold is starting to creep back up on its all-time high, which is at 44. So it's at 42, 43. So up $11 is creeping up. Platinum doing really well too. And then the miners, as you guys can see here, SIL and SIL Silver juniors. So the majors and the juniors both are doing well. Majors are up 1.64 and juniors are up 1.3. Usually juniors really rocket fast. I don't know why they're not right now, but anyway, keep an eye on that. All right. So Santa Claus rally. I know a lot of you guys are probably still invested in the stock market. You're going to get your Santa Claus rally because what happened today? What have they been waiting on? They've been waiting for the Federal Reserve to come out and say they're going to cut rates. Now, they were pushing for a long time. So Dr. Kirk Kelly and I both agreed that they were the last, we said, for the next couple Federal Reserve meetings, for the next three, I think it was actually. I think they've done it 3 times now. How many times have they? We said that they're going to cut rates all the way up into December. And then they were coming out saying, no, they're not going to cut rates because inflation is high. It's bullshit, guys, because what makes inflation go higher? The price of energy. What has President Trump done since he's been in office? He's dropped the price of energy. So all prices are dropping, right? So the Fed coming in and saying, no, it's because Trump is taxing the world. It's not working out so good. It's causing inflation. Lies, and damn lies. All right. Federal Reserve will soon be going away. And then we go to silver and gold. Silver and gold. Silver. Let's watch the cartoon movie. What is it? Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. So you have Burl Ives in there singing silver and gold. So that's what we're going back to, silver and gold. Right. So right now, silver is above $63. Woohoo! So it's up $2 right now. All right. So tomorrow, the next day, probably it could continue to go up, and towards into the end of the year, it's probably going to be close to $75, guys. All right. So I know again, there's lies, and more lies and damn lies that have been spread that silver is going to, look at that number of viewers, 1771. Oh, that's pretty cool. Can we get a 1776 there? All right. So come on, I'm watching. Come on, 5 more. Let's go. Get it. Come on, hit it. It's probably going to go to like 3,000 or something, which is cool. No, it went down. Oh, well, there's a lot more watching, I'm sure. But anyway, silver and gold, silver and Bitcoin's down, but I think probably Bitcoin's going to explode. Look at the Dow Jones went up 1% today, almost 500. It was up almost 600, pull back a little bit. NASDAQ was up. Santa Claus rally. All right, so you're going to see this puppy go. because they were just waiting for the Fed to come in and make the decision on the rate cut. And now it's Santa Claus rally time, right? So manipulation central, right? It keeps going, keeps getting manipulated up. It's the last thing because the Fed was talking today about how housing is not so good, right? Which your boy said was going to be going down. I've been saying it for a couple of years, and yeah, over the last year and a half, 2 years, it's been going down for a lot of areas, and it's going to continue to fall very significantly. Now, I think that the Federal Reserve is going to be replaced. The head of the Federal Reserve will be replaced, and we will see potentially a rate cut all the way into the midterms so that the economy keeps cranking. Right? So I don't know, but I think it's a possibility. Economy could like crank downward real hard, but I don't know if they keep pumping the money out there. That's what makes that greases the skids and keeps everything going up. We could potentially, if we see a rate cut, so we're at 3.5, I think, right now, something like that. So that'll bring it down to like maybe about 2, which would be fair, right? Should be 0, but it'll bring it down to about 2, right? And that will make a lot of things easier to buy. I don't know. I think if we get that, as you guys can see, January, March, May, June, July, quarter point each one of those. Then we get a little pause in August, in September, and October. All right, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that makes it if it's quarter point every time, that's 1.5 points total. That's easy because we're at 3.5. Easy. And the guy that Trump looks like he's going to get into the Federal Reserve position is a guy that's probably going to lower those rates, guys, every time. All right. So interesting times we have. It'll be interesting if that's what happens. So maybe there'll be just a very slow and deliberate squeeze of the financial institutions, and they'll be ejected out, held up on charges, and all of them will go to jail forever, maybe executed. New polling puts President Trump in landslide lead when it comes to the economy, defying Democrats' biggest midterm narrative. That's another indicator for me that this gravy train is going to continue, guys. Right? So if we're going to continue to see the stock market reach even greater heights, which it needs to go to like ridiculous. I guess it hasn't gone to ridiculous level yet. In 1929 and 2008-ish, whatever, it went in the dot-com bust. It went to ridiculous levels. Right? We haven't seen ridiculous yet. So we can't have a really good crash unless we have ridiculous levels. Right? So I'm pushing for ridiculous. Right? So when we get ridiculous, we're going to see everything else go ridiculously high, like crypto, like silver and gold, and we'll see even stocks go up. They'll pull back, yeah, occasionally here and there, like they have been, but they're probably going to go like ridiculous, and ridiculous can get it. You can think there's no way it can get more ridiculous, and then it'll go more ridiculous, right? So don't think that it can't go super ridiculous. I think we need a super ridiculous, but you never know. It may not. So if given the binary choice of going back to the Biden Democrat policies of the last presidential term or going forward with Trump, the GOP appears to be in good shape. And there is a guy that I follow that prognosticates elections, and he's been a dead ringer for going back 3 cycles, or even before Trump came in. He's saying that the midterm is going to be a red wave. Now, we've heard this before, and we know that Democrats come in and sabotage the shit out of that. Right? So the only way that that's going to get turned around and be a red wave, even with the Democrat machine potentially manipulating things like it seems like they're doing. We just got a mayor in the big red state of Florida, in Miami, and we just had all those Democrats win up in the Northeast. So it appears to me that there's going to be manipulations unless we come in with unless President Trump comes in with the block. All right, so he throws the block, and then we run the like I was running back, so I love a good block, and I would run it in for touchdown because I was a mover. I ran very fast back in the day, right? And you could hit me, and I could keep going, and it'd take a lot of people hitting me, take me down. So it was fun. If I hadn't, I was like, should I go to college and become a professional running back, or should I go SEAL teams? SEAL teams. Right. So that's what I did. All right. I think it worked out pretty good. All right. So, but occasionally I think about those days, and I think about the manipulation that goes on in professional football these days and how games are thrown. And I'm like, yeah, I probably wouldn't have liked that. I like having a little bit more control over my life. All right. So we all want control over life. And if President Trump's team basically comes in and does a nice block so we can run in the football and score. And I don't really care, who it is, because Mike Lindell is probably going to be the governor of Minnesota, like Jesse Ventura. So Jesse Ventura came into Minnesota. So Minnesota doesn't like. So we go all the way back into the farmers back in the early 1800s. They didn't like bullshit in Minnesota. All right. So the farmers had a very good say back in the day. Jesse Ventura was not on any political party, really. He was on the anti-party party, and so he won. And so Mike Lindell looks like he's going to come in and do the same thing. So he's like been exposing corruption like crazy, and I think Minnesotans are ready to get rid of the craziness that's been going on in their state with the what is it? Is that Ilhan Omar's in Minnesota? She's in Minnesota, or is that another state? I got to get this down. So I always wondered this. Somebody know? So, Minnesota. So Minnesota, I think if they get Mike Lindell, which I think is a good chance, because they are basically they push back against the system when the system is bad. It could be Omar she's in Minnesota. All right, so there you go. Minnesotans are fed up with this bullshit. Billions of their dollars basically went to organizations that were supposed to be benefiting children and elderly, didn't go to them, and was supposed to be going to autistic people. If you haven't seen that autistic show that I did just recently with a doctor, basically that talks about how you can change your diet and autism goes away. Wow, you need to watch that. All right, Minnesota, yes, Minnesota. Is that right? Minnesota. Is that like Indian? Is that Indian name, right? Minnesota. But I don't think the Indians say it like that. You go up there. I've been through that area, and there's all kind of Indian names. Pretty cool. So yeah, I think Ilhan Omar and the Somali mafia have really pissed some people off, and I think they're ready to push back. Turbin, Texas. Yep, you guys marry? Absolutely. You got some problems down there, and Tejas as well. So I think in Tejas that can get cleaned up real quick with the right governor. Right. So you might be looking at a new governor in Tejas, and if you get the right governor, then you'll clean that Texas place up real quick. The Jihad Squad got to go. All the Jihad Squads. Even in in Florida, in not St. Petersburg, but in what's other? So anyway, in Florida, they're going to have like a big Muslim rally for 3 days, right, coming up, and they're going to have all these speakers and so forth. Not Miami, nope. God, it's just there. Can't even think of it. My mind, it's gone. Bye bye mind. No, I can't remember everything. So Tampa. So Tampa. So give me time. I'll figure it out. So Tampa. Yes, thank you, Michelle. All right. So I must have got your thought. You must have thought it, and I go, oh, thank you. All right. So Tampa, they're going to have a Muslim rally, and they're going to have tens of thousands of Muslims going to show up in Tampa, and they're going to demand for Sharia law in Florida. I don't know, but I'd be very, very cautious there, guys, and maybe a pushback, maybe a counter to their whatever they're doing. All right. If you don't get involved, then you're basically acquiescing to whatever they do. Right. Miami will be a port and headquarters for what is that? What are you saying there? Saudis, Latin America, right? Saudis, Latin America. Yeah. Tampa is very liberal too. Yes, very, very liberal. Unfortunately. So yeah, a lot of these big states, or big cities, are almost all of them are Democrat run, liberal guys. Almost every throughout the United States. I remember looking it up one time, and it was like just almost all of them. All the big cities had Democrats that were running them, the mayors. Let's see, liberals and big. That's kind of vague. Liberal mayors. How about that? Liberal mayors. You can do it at home too. Liberal mayors in big cities and big U.S. cities. Many large U.S. cities are led by Democratic, often considered liberal mayors. Many. That's AI overview. So, of course, Eric Adams, New York City, Brandon Johnson, Chicago, Karen Bass, Los Angeles, and Juan said that Karen Bass was not elected. Michelle Wu in Boston, Brandon Scott in Baltimore. They push back on federal actions, say that they push the Trump derangement, MK Ultra mind control system. So that's good. We should start calling it that, guys, because that's what it is. It's a MK Ultra mind control system, the Trump derangement system. So now that we put a face on the problem, we can start to understand a lot better. All right, so let me go. A list of 50. All right, so here we go. I got it. I got it for you. All right. I got the research. I got the power. Oh. All right. It's blue. It's bluer than blue. Look at all that blue. Oh my God. There's red. Eric Johnson and Dallas. That just happened. Because I know Dallas was blue. Good job. All right. Fort Worth. Oh, two Texans, and let's start to take it back, guys. You see, Oklahoma City, good. Of course, El Paso, Democrat. Look at all these: Portland, Democrat; Memphis, Boston, Las Vegas, Washington, San Francisco, Louisville, Charlotte, Columbus, Indianapolis, San Jose, Austin, Honolulu, Jacksonville, San Diego, San Antonio, Philadelphia, Phoenix. All the big cities. All the big cities are blue, guys. Oh, one independent. He's probably leans Democrat, though. And who knows? Some of these Republicans could be rhinos. You know, Mesa, Arizona, Republican, good. Fresno, California. Yeah, that's Fresno has been one of the holdouts in California, and they want to break away from California. I remember talking about that, and that video that I did on YouTube got taken down. Virginia Beach, Republican, awesome. That's where the SEAL teams are. So Suarez, Nomas there in Miami. So he's gone. He was basically Rhino. But yeah, 50 largest cities. They're pretty much all Democrat guys. Like I said. All right, there you go. You're welcome. All right. You're welcome for informing you of the obvious. All right. Yes, we are a country that is not headed in the right direction. So we get fair elections like Trump's going to bring in. You're going to see that blue go red, 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 and could be like a Mike Lindell, which is not probably going to be either party. Right? Just like Jesse Ventura wasn't. Jesse, I agree with a lot of stuff Jesse puts out there, but Jesse's a wild card. All right, so what happened? Everything else but that. Oh my God, dude. So Maddie, thank you. Super chat sticker. All right, I like it. All right. Now, how can you guys help yourself and support me? Is join LifeWave, right? If you're not on LifeWave yet, you want to be. You should be. Everybody should be on LifeWave. It's fantastic, and not bullshitting. I don't bullshit, right? So I know a lot of you guys are on it. Everybody that's I'm going to be sending performance bundles to all the people that are in my that have wrenches. I get you guys work with Mike, and he's got your addresses, so we'll send those out and very soon. And thank you guys for helping support the channel. And we're going to give you LifeWave. If you're not already using it, you're going to use it, and you're going to be like, dang, I get on this shit. So I've been on it for 3 years. It's fantastic. It's a great way to earn income as well, if you like. All right, so have a great team. If you're unsure about LifeWave, go into the LifeWave link or into my website, michaelkjaco.com, or into LifeWave Michael Jaco, and there is a info button you can hit, and I have a team that basically can help you out, help answer your questions, or help you sign up. Maybe sign up under doctors that are in my team or whatever you want. All right. So it is definitely a great system that help you in many different ways, as me. So we're moving into a period where things are going to change very quickly, especially if President Trump comes out, and that might be, I believe it is, the reason why he's been holding off on some of the things that we thought should have been taken care of. There's a long list of them, right? So once he activates that, I think that things are going to really take off. I think we'll see movement, people being freed that are behind bars, and all kind of crazy stuff. So it's going to be challenging for some because they're still not open-minded to this. They see something that's wrong, instead of like the 100 things that are going great. They see one thing that they think should be fixed, and they focus on that, and they scream and yell, and it's not very helpful. Right? I learned that the hard way very early on in my career as a Navy SEAL. It's like, Jaco, if you don't have a solution, don't bitch. It's like, yes, Master Chief. So then that was actually good advice. So good advice so that I could keep advancing, and also good advice that I didn't ruffle some feathers, and also good advice that I started looking at things and finding solutions that really were very helpful, actually, to my community. And that's what we're trying to get you guys to get to. Coming up with activities and actions where you're involved in your communities and making some headway in taking down the deep state. Okay, guys, lots of love. Stay in the love vibration because that activates your pineal gland in your heart, and you have basically the mind heart connection, right? And then you connect with God, and God gives you answers, right? So just ask. They're out there. Stay in the love vibration, and that basically frees you from the control system, because the control system is a control system of fear, negativity, anger, and so forth. So being in the love vibration, you break free from the controllers, like I've been talking about in this whole show, and then it gives you insights, great insights. Gosh, my wife has like been coming up so many great insights. I was like, dang, what what? Well, she's always done that, but she's really coming out with them now. So I think a lot of us are really getting activated, and so it's a great time to be alive. A lot of people that have been on my shows have been saying that the coming year is going to be very transformative. So it's very it's a beautiful time. All right, good night, Patriots, and stay in love vibration. We'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So Juan O'Savin will be joining us in a little bit. And so we're going to be talking about Venezuela airspace basically being penetrated by F-18 Hornets. Probably because I heard him talking about it on Nino's show, because he sent out a text to a bunch of us. Nino wanted to jump right on with him, but probably get some more insights from Juan maybe on this. So I think that this is probably they're supporting special forces movement within Venezuela. That's what and the tier one guys usually get the big jets like that, and they can move on a dime. They can travel anywhere on Venezuela in seconds, right? So they're in the Gulf of Venezuela, and it's I'll pull up the screen so you guys can see that. But it is, I think it's very interesting. We're getting to see exactly what's going on. So here's the Gulf right there. I didn't went there very quickly, right? So now if you look out here, here's Aruba. I was in Aruba, I guess about 3 years ago with a LifeWave event. So it's right off the coast of Venezuela. And so Caribbean, right there in the Caribbean. So here is the Gulf of Venezuela, where that little red dot is. So somewhere in here possibly is where Maduro is. So if Maduro is within that area, then we're probably got special forces groups trying to get him, right? And they're probably really close to actually acquiring him. So F-18s, like I said, pretty high speed jet, can bring a lot of missiles and so forth to bear very quickly. So it'd be very devastating if they actually got involved. So very interesting time. Very interesting, what's going on with Venezuela, Maduro, and all that kind of stuff. So we'll just have to keep our eye on this and see, where it goes. So F-18. So let me pull up real quick what that with the background on that. And you guys might remember I said that I thought that they were going to send Trump would probably go into Colombia, Mexico, maybe even Brazil. So the Daily Mail right now has Trump sends shockwaves through Latin America as he hints two more nations are in his sights for a Venezuela-style crackdown. Trump did not rule out expanding U.S. military operation beyond Venezuela to Mexico and Colombia. So we're going after the cartels. The cartels are running a lot of the Democrat cities and states. One of those being, of course, Colorado. Colorado did not want Trump to be in the most recent 2024 election. Remember that? There were a lot of states where like they were going to disqualify him because he was involved in J6. And so that didn't work out so good. All right. Supreme Court said, naughty, naughty. You can't do that, you little corrupt state, you bad governor, you. So it is, of course, we have Tina Peters there because she exposed the Dominion voting machine manipulation that happened in Colorado. So they put her in prison for, helping out the people of Colorado and the people of America and really the world overall, because there's 72 different countries that have been manipulated through Dominion voting machine fraud. All right. So the fraud goes far. And we'll probably see not only will we go into Venezuela to basically get Maduro and the cartels out of there, and Mexico and Colombia and probably Brazil, but also we're going in there to expose the voting fraud. And that leads back to Colorado, back to Tina Peters, right? So it's going to be very interesting going forward. And if we don't see resolution, I think by, I don't know, early part of next year, it's not going to make for a very good July 4th celebration in 2026, which is the 250th anniversary of independence from Britain. Of course, Juan has actually talked about how we're still pretty much at war with Britain. Britain is still controlling things, and this is about basically breaking free from Britain. Oh, that's a beautiful blanket there, Juan.
Oh yeah, yeah. We love that, man.
Oh,
I'm even wearing my Megador shorts, man.
Nice, nice. That's the
Oh,
first
I
time
have fun
you
at
that
the
boots
pool.
on.
Well, Mrs. Seven gets a little animated when I track sand in from outside in my shoes. So I'm
Okay.
not wearing my boots or my shoes right now to save my life. Otherwise, I'll be scrubbing the floors on my hands and knees with a
So I'm
toothbrush.
holding up my Juan blanket too. Yeah, Magador.
Well, it is Japanese style too, by the way, just so I know. Oh my gosh.
Very nice. Looks like a little tropical location there. Nice.
Yeah, we got the trees outside and all that. Yeah, so I'll go out and show the beach in a little bit here. I was just cooling down for a minute. Boy, what's going on? Oh my gosh! If people, it's busting loose right this second. Just so you know.
Yeah, FA-18 Super Hornets over the Gulf of Venezuela.
Well, and what they did is they were top cover while they were bringing out the real president of Venezuela, uh, Maria Machado, and Maduro, needs to be in fear because we got her out of the way, so she's safe. And now other fun and exciting things can begin to happen there, believe you me. So she was exfiltrated. If anybody so much as passed gas, those Super Hornets would have, I know those guys were all excited, ready to do some fireworks. I can guarantee you that.
Oh, yeah.
When they were out there, by the way, so they brought their airspeed down to about 205. And they were just, that's like, these are bricks, okay? You can only go so slow in them. And they're out there at 205, just hanging where they can be seen off in the distance, waiting for anything to happen, and those things, should they go vertical, they got so much thrust. but they could change zip codes in seconds. So, yeah, it would have been fairly dramatic, and probably will be before this is over at this point.
Yeah. So I was just telling the audience that with those jets out there like that, sounds like back in the old days when I was in SEAL Team 6 and we had air cover for operations we were doing. So I figured maybe there was something going on out there. So Venezuela's Maria Machado, she's the Nobel Peace Prize winner and opposition to Maduro. So that's and she even said that this belongs to Trump. That was very generous of her, but this is very interesting. She could be the next president of Venezuela. How about that?
Well, technically, she won the election probably,
Probably.
at some level, and so it's arguable that she isn't already the president. But we'll go in there. Again, um, everything that's about to happen, and I've told your audience this before. Um, the most important thing Trump will do in his entire time in public office is declare a national election emergency and then take actions related to that. And it's not just for the United States. It's for all these other countries around the world who similarly have people in office that are not the will of their people. They're there through election fraud, counterfeit ballots, electronic and paper. And so, starting where it all started with the electronic machine, Smartmatic, and everything since. Um, Tina was put back in solitary yesterday. I don't know if your viewers know this. She was put back in solitary yesterday for her own safety. Then, allegedly, yeah. And then my supervisor was making sure I got everything in.
Yeah, mine does that with me sometimes too.
I'll get the frantic hand signal I have to mute, and then I'll get an extra piece of something and I'll put it back on. When you're at a switchboard, it's easy to just hit the mute switch, the mute button. You can get something, go right back at it, right? But anyway, no. So she's put back in solitary, and you have to understand solitary. They have light on there, and it's not a dim light. They got this, 190,000 watt light bulb in there, cameras so that you can't kill yourself. And it's on 24/7. You get fed through a slot in the door. And then in Tina's particular situation, she is allowed to go out for 2 hours and then use her computer. But the rest of the time, she's just sitting there in her cell, looking at the walls, and she's pissed. And in a certain way, um, uh, she had to do a drug test the other day because they randomly picked her for another drug test. Amazing. She gets picked more than any other inmate. And like she's, getting her meth, out of somebody's house that just came in or whatever. Right. So she went to go do this. She have to report. When you get there, amazingly, nobody's ready to take your drug test. They have to have guards that move you. They get you over there. You're going to do your drug test. They sit you there for, 3, 4, 5 hours. No chairs. You got to sit on the concrete floor or something. And then you finally get to the drug test. Well, by the time they get to her, she didn't have anything to pee. She's dehydrated. She can't even get enough spittle to satisfy him. She's trying to spit, and it's just as dry as could be. And so she's dehydrated. Well, when people get dehydrated like that, especially older people, you can have a stroke. You can have a heart attack that's, because you're dehydrated. When you're that dehydrated, there should be some, okay, this is an indicator we got to do something more or whatever. And so then they were pissed at her about that. Like she's somehow resisting what they want to do. And then the other thing that happened when they threw her into solitary yesterday, and I know a lot of people have kind of mentioned this out there, but they didn't get this one little extra detail. If they're going to move her or do something else, they'll let her have time to pack her stuff up. and put it in storage or whatever, because she's not going to be in her cell. Somebody else is there. And by the way, the cell she was in is like 5 by 9. Literally, only there's 2 inmates in their upper lower bed, and only one person can be standing up at a time. One person has to be laying down. It used to be where they had a washer dryer, and so she's in this moldy room that's the smallest room in their cell block. And that's where she's assigned with this other person, bumping into each other. But then what happens next is she doesn't get to pack her stuff up. Everywhere else she's at, she packs her own stuff up. The guards came in and packed up all of her stuff. And so, in other words, she didn't get to pack it up. Is she being moved somewhere? Are they planning on keeping her in solitary permanently? You don't get the same stuff in solitary you do out in the rest, areas. And it's just bizarre. Now, here's the other thing that I will tell you. For anybody out there and they're cussing and swearing and beating their fist in the air, Trump, blah, 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 listen. President knows in excruciating detail what the situation is with Tina right now, and is praying for her. It's like Nebuchadnezzar outside the lion's den when Daniel's in there and praying through the night, Daniel, are you okay? Yes, an angel came and shut the mouths of the lions. I lived through the night. I know that Trump is sweating bullets for Tina, but when Tina got so pissed, got her blood pressure up, that kind of fight helps you just to hang on a little bit longer. She may be despondent and everything else. They're still fighting her. She's pissed off. And Trump is working diligent. Trump is working diligently, but he cannot blow certain other moves that he has in place.
Yeah.
And as much as it sounds like he should just do this or that or something else, well, for those that, there may be other stuff he could do. It doesn't mean that it's without consequences or doesn't have other ramifications. Or even in any sport, if you telegraph your next moves too precisely, the other team anticipates and goes and blocks you off. It's this art of war, and you have to kind of dodge and dive and everything else. Now, I can tell you that I know what the next move is. I'm very comfortable, but nobody in the mainstream and nobody at Congress and nobody of President Trump's enemies is actually listening to us because they don't think it's really possible precisely. But Trump is going to sign a national emergency order related to elections. Even when I've told your audience and others that this is imminent, they haven't actually grasped the full magnitude of this. As I've said, this crisis is worldwide. Now, we've got Maria out of harm's way. We know other countries where drama has happened: South Korea, South Africa, other countries across South America, Brazil, etc., where election manipulation has been occurring. It's not just the presidents and governors and things like that. It's all down the ballot. Here in America, seriously, okay, you can be as left as you want to be. You can be as off the rocks as you want to be. As messed up as Los Angeles is at some level, do you really think Los Angeles, which was a very red county, Los Angeles County back in the Reagan era and stuff like that, do you really think that Los Angeles County elected a mayor, Karen Bass, the one who was presiding when the fires happened at Palisades? Do you really think that LA County had lost it that much that they elected a person who was going to rallies in Cuba, illegally, I might add, and praising Fidel Castro as this amazing, great leader. Oh, fearless leader, I love you. Oh, you're so wonderful. Stand out there in the beating sun for 4 hours to listen to his stupid ass speech where he's mumbling over all his words. Okay. But he's the greatest. And then the people of LA hire her to be their mayor. Are you serious? Come on, man. They didn't elect her. That was vote fraud. In fact, the recount or the recall of Newsom, by the way, we have the data. We know the truth. Newsom was recalled. Watch what happens. So, in the context of a national election emergency, 2 days later, he goes to Cheyenne Mountain, does a walkthrough. They've been working on it for a couple of years, revamping it, renewing it, rebuilding it. He asked the general there, did you get everything you needed? Is everything in place? Is there anything you haven't got now? And general says, nope, we have everything we asked for. It's all installed. It's there, all resupplied and everything else. And he goes to the press and he says, out of an abundance of caution, because we may just have been attacked. We may even be at war right now and not realize it yet. So out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to order that the mountain be shut up. In fact, I just ordered it a moment ago, and they're shutting it up as we speak. Okay? So Biden says, no, we're opening the mountain back up during his term. Oh, really? Did the mountain ever actually open up? It's never been opened up. Trump had all those generals gathered in Virginia. Mm-hmm. And then the key moment in this whole speech, he's getting all of these people, why in the world did he drag them all out there? What was the point of that? What was it, just a cheer rally meeting with the generals or whatever? They called them from all their commands all over the world. Get your ass in here. And then he's standing there and he says, I am 45, 46, and 47. And you got generals keeping their heads just straight forward, rolling their eyes in their head, looking at their buddies next to them, nudging them with a little teeny nudge, the tiniest nudging you have. Did you just hear what he just said? You hear what that lunatic just said? What the fuck is he talking about? He's 46. Well, they never got nuclear command, nuclear and beyond. Okay, that's what a Q clearance is all about. It's an Energy Department clearance, by the way, not a Department of Defense. Well, he's saying around the Pentagon. No, let those guys run that shit. He's running the more important stuff. Who has the bigger gun? Whoever's got nuclear. So now Trump is about to do the most important thing that he will do during his entire time in public office since he came out into the government side of operations. And he's going to declare a national emergency related to elections. Brace yourselves. All the things that everybody hears, why does he do this? Well, he could just do that. He could do this other thing. He'd arrest those people. He could get Tini out. He could do this other stuff. Watch what the fuck happens next. Because it's far broader. He'll be operating in his role as commander-in-chief, not merely president. And when he does that, there's things that need to be done all over the world because it was foreign interference in our elections. Those locations from which the foreign interference occurred need to be dealt with, like the server farm in Serbia, which is half owned by Brennan, former director of CIA, and the wealthiest man in Serbia. Co-own that property. Other locations. And by the way, Cuba's in here. You think Cuba's going to be able to skate free? Maduro got offered a little offer. He could go to a tropical location with the palm trees, enjoy the rest of his life, have his gazillion dollars he's ripped off the people with, and live. But he didn't take the choice. Clock's already expired. He's there for the duration. So Maduro's about to have a bad hair day. He can either be taken into custody and probably spend the rest of his natural life at some facility that we've arranged for him, or he can get to judgment sooner, go to a higher court. The great white throne judgment awaits, and he can sit in a hellish cell in the meantime until he gets called for his divine appointment. But it's about to happen. And when you think of election crisis within a national emergency, yeah, you can do stuff over at the Justice Department. You can do all these various things. Justice Department isn't going to be arresting the Clintons or the Obamas in a national election emergency, and where they've contributed and done treasonous things trying to block Trump's first presidency and to steal the election in the second. You think they're going to go to some detention center and get brought before a judge and get out on personal recognizance and bail and get to go sit over there in England or any of these other countries they supposedly are going to go to? Are you kidding me? You think that guy is that lame? Watch. Drama is just ahead. Look at what happened today in the silver markets. I told your listeners the other day, brace yourselves, it's going significantly up. Radically more than gold did over the last week. Okay, radically more than other stuff. The cryptos, struggling to hold at 90,000. Okay, silver up 10% in a week, and headed further north. Today people are like, "Oh my gosh, it is real." Juan knows what he's talking about. Yeah. Okay. So what's the reason?
$61 a day, so probably heading for 70 plus.
Yes, exactly as I said. Okay. So, but think about this, Michael.
Mm-hmm.
What's causing that precisely? There's all sorts of pressure. Is it the financial stuff? Is it, by the way, silver made a hard move this morning after the weekend, way before any news was out there about what was going on in Venezuela. And the aircraft going in. Why? Because people anticipate behind the scenes. People know, they call their relative. Yeah, it's going to be on, man. We just evacuated the person that we're going to help get into the office of the presidency. It was who take out Maduro.
Nice.
Okay. What's the other shoe that's going to fall? The rest of the fight and other locations. Remember, Ramaphosa is trying to come up against Trump. Next on the list after we get Venezuela halfway under our belts, go deal with the Franken dictator over there in South Africa. The election machine system out of Serbia, before it was used in the U.S. 2020 election, gosh, you got to test this thing because they moved out of Venezuela to go to Serbia and they had to make sure everything's working right. So where was it used? It was used a year earlier. So they had plenty of time to work out any bugs, whistles, whatever it is they needed. They went over to Franken, South Africa, and cooked that election. Ramaphosa isn't in there legally. He's in there through fraud. All of those billionaires that are doing all the mining up in Congo and other places and literally gutting the South African economy. Mercedes, they're leaving. Goodyear picked up and left, just closed up the doors overnight. That was one of their biggest industries there. The whole place is getting, gutted because they changed these laws trying to, have reverse discrimination, with the blacks and like that. And so they call them colored overnight in South Africa. That was when they're. So the drama ahead, bro. I mean, it's going to be so the metals and the financial stuff. We haven't even got to kicking the Brits in the ass on the financial stuff. So it's just getting rolling right now. So anyway, somebody brought me something cool here. So
yummy.
Yeah, it's got. Let's see what's on there. It's got a. Oh, there you go. Rod gochujang. Oh, that's an olive. I thought it was a whatever walnut. So it looks good.
Walnuts. Okay. I thought it might have been caviar, but yeah.
Mm. Yeah, that would have worked too.
So yeah, that's very interesting. You seem to be close to the action there. I don't know that tropical island. I was in Aruba a few years ago, so great place right off the coast of Venezuela. So who knows what's going to happen there in Venezuela? But do you really think that we're going to like hammer them, or are we just going to get Maduro out and then it's going to be turn over to uh, somebody that's going to take Venezuela in the right direction?
Well, the one thing that I think people have to understand, we made a $50 million bounty for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Who's going to collect on that? It's not going to be the maid at Maduro's mansion. It's going to be a general or a combination of generals that are protecting him. And they will have to, you know what it was like when we went into Iraq or Afghanistan. We had, black SUVs with the team members. And I remember one of my guys there, they had a C-17 came in, had just piles of cash in these duffel bags.
Yep.
And $5 million a bag. And so they're supposed to go out and deliver them to all the warlords and generals and all that.
Right.
And so they're out on the tarmac, engines running on the plane because it's a hot drop. They're going to get everything out, and they're going to leave immediately. They don't want to sit on the runway. So they're loading up these Suburbans, and one of the Suburbans ahead of them, because he had a little bit bigger player in there, they couldn't take. I think it was 12 duffel bags, $5 million apiece, $60 million.
Wow.
But they had a bigger member, so they only took 11, if I remember the numbers right. And the next one, they're trying to put in one more duffel bag, and this loadmaster on the C-17 is out there trying to supervise, get this on there. And one of the operators says, F no, we are not taking 13 duffel bags. I can't operate safely with one more duffel bag, because you have to have room to maneuver if you get attacked or anything, even if you're in an armored rig, right?
Yep.
So he throws it out. The loadmaster is saying, no. They leave a duffel bag on the tarmac. He said, I can't take this back. I don't have authority. I'm supposed to leave it off. You guys are supposed to take so many. Those guys in that other SUV should have taken the other duffel bag. And so the plane's rolling down the runway. The guy gets in it. They're closing up the ramp. And the guys in the truck drive off. There's $5 million in a duffel bag sitting in the middle of the runway.
Damn.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, that is what's worth more, my life or that stupid duffel bag with $5 million of fiat cash, right? And but they'll use that money to buy friends. And that 50 million, if there's one of the generals, there's one of the politicians close to Maduro, or the accountant, whoever decides they want to live comfortably somewhere, they can give that extra piece of information that allows them to be taken safely, or some combination of the guys, which is more likely. We all get 5 million each. Here's Maduro, and we'll help you with resettling the country, or we'll leave the country. Can you send a jet to pick us up right now? And I got the wife and kids. That's what'll happen. They'll take the deal. And if they don't, there'll be a hot flash. He can go comfortably, see justice here or see justice in the next world, and that's going to be, you're just taking it to a higher court, enjoy the show.
Interesting. Yeah. So, what do you think the time frame for it is? Is it very close?
It's very, very close. So, dealing with the look, Trump has been holding on the Tina situation, my opinion, for that emergency national security emergency order. Then he won't probably do it at the exact same time. It'll be probably 24 to 48 hours later that he will declare or issue the executive order related to it, because he wants to let the press assemble, let the diners assemble. And then when he signs the executive order concerning how the 2026 election is going to be done, whether it's a couple of days or a week or two later, I think it'll be a couple of days, that sets the tone for everything else, because what is first, you need to have the discussion, why a national emergency? Well, the elections were frauded. 2020, it's not
It's
over yet.
not.
And the Matador, in the last 5 minutes of round 3, the Megador shows up. It's going to be epic. I mean, in a bullfight, you have to tire the bull out in order to get the head dropped down. See, when the head's down like this, what happens is it splits the shoulder blades out. They get wider through the chest. You can't get it from the neck. You weaken the bull, you weaken the shoulders in a bullfight by the toreadors get in there and they do things to weaken the bull in the shoulder area. Then as the head gets down, which is the most dangerous part of the bullfight, when the head's high and they're prancing around and have a lot of energy to charge, as they get weaker and more tired, the head gets down. And then they just are so tired, they just move the head back and forth and catch a bullfighter with a horn. You'll see them get flipped in the air and like that. And they can literally, because of right where they're at, they'll get a femoral artery oftentimes, and the bullfighter's dead in less than a minute. So this is the most dangerous part of the bullfight, because you have to get close enough to the bull to bring the sword in right between the shoulder blades straight to the heart. And when you do that, then you get a clean, quick kill. And but as the bullfight goes on, bulls aren't marathon runners. And so they get tired and tired. A bull sometimes just lay down in front haunches and just lay down. They're so exhausted. So the bullfighter, a lot of times they'll get down on one knee, both knees, bait the bull to come get them, to do one more charge, getting the timing precisely right. The most important thing he'll do in public office is this emergency order regarding elections. It's the most important thing, but the timing, is so crucial. And once you go to that national emergency related to elections, and then you do the executive order concerning all the criteria, how the election is going to have to be done, have to start from scratch on the voter rolls. You have to go re-register to vote, no existing voter rolls used, and you have to do it with government-issued ID. And then you show where you live, verify that, and sign on the dotted line under penalty of perjury that the information you're giving is true. And the person that receives countersigns it is the any of the clerks within a county vote registration system, and they're all notaries. So they notarize your signature on your voter registration card. Now, they can even do that on the day of the election, but there's not going to be any mail-in ballots except in extremely limited extreme situations and for military. No votes counted late that come in after Election Day. And then 1 day vote. Trump has said maybe 2 days. We'll see how he does that. I think it's going to be a 1 day vote. Day vote counted where cast, and then how he does that. 1 day vote counted where cast, precincts of 1,500 or less, no drop boxes. And the counted where casting is important because they're not trying to transport in the trunk of a police car, supposedly a magic act, it's safe, whatever. No, you're you're gonna have a real vote. The real people are gonna show up, and when that happens, the country's gonna go deep red. Okay, and you've just killed all the bullshit. Steps that follow, such as the executive order concerning how the votes run, other executive orders and executive actions related to Venezuela, Serbia, other locations. And then, how many times have you and I got beaten up to the moon? I haven't seen anybody getting arrested yet. Nobody's going to Gitmo. Nothing's happening. Well, when you do it in the context of this national election emergency, now you can go out and start picking people up and not go through normal uh, uh, law enforcement operations of Justice Department, etc., where there has been treasonous, traitorous activity related to election fraud and people being in office under fraudulent circumstances through frauded elections. If Trump says he's 46, oh well, if you're 46, then who who screwed with things to make it so somebody else got to it that wasn't the right person? Who all was in on that? Uh, they got a lot of space over at Gitmo. When they run out of space there, you got a lot of space over at Guam. It's even bigger. Oh my gosh, what they've been doing at Guam. Oh man, you have no idea. And then you got Diego Garcia. You got a couple other spots around the place.
Wow.
If we're really pissed with somebody, we won't send them to Antarctica. That'd be paradise. But we got places in Arctic locations that will, we might even do a little bit of jet fuel therapy, with a little diesel thrown in and around. We'll rotate them around once in a while if we feel like it. See how that feels. So it's gonna be pretty amazing, and those arrests will follow within the context of this national emergency. And then finally, the last part of this that everybody needs to be aware of. The real fight domestically is you have a whole bunch of players in public office in certain agencies who their allegiance isn't specifically to that agency or even to the United States government as such. They're in a continuity in government operations, senior executive service, and they're the shadow government. Every time Cheney had a fake heart attack, oh, and then they ask him a question. Well, I was actually running the shadow government. He's laughing about it, but he's actually serious, helping do stuff over at SES. You have senators, congressmen, judges, all on the payroll of senior executive service, continuity in government operation, as though they supposedly are there to maintain peace and order and blah 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 between elected administrations. Well, they're acting like because Trump was supposedly put in office by the Russians, that they're totally justified in defying anything he says and doing it. Well, it's projection. It's the exact opposite.
Wow.
So
That's how they did that. Interesting.
yeah,
Wow.
yeah, and they've been planning this. This goes back.
That's how they took out JFK, because he was talking to the Russians.
That's right, and build the tunnel up there in Alaska. Okay, and or the bridge or whatever you want to call it. Would have been a tunnel, but the short version too on that is this: when Frank Church was a congressman from Idaho, and he led a group that wanted to bring to light some of the misdeeds that were going on with the CIA and things that were happening around Nixon, and what the CIA was doing, trying to start and execute a war, for example, in Indonesia. The allegations at the time that were being fought, they were going from South America and moving over to Indonesia, and they never fully got to Indonesia because it was too fresh with Vietnam and like that. But CIA, what Obama's mama was doing, Stanley Ann Dunham, she was helping to document the population, the bloodlines, the families, and their political ties across Indonesia in the mid 60s. And then they had this huge blow up in Indonesia. And depending on which historian you're reading, between 1 and 5 million people when you switch from Suharto to Sukarno, the two presidents. And Suharto said at a certain moment that Sabud, a religious organization, which Obama's mama belonged to, was actually a CIA front. And they were trying to remove him from the presidency, covertly affect the elections, and then put Sukarno into office. And again, election fraud going all the way back then, with CIA involved, in other countries, all the banana republics across South America. Well, Frank Church had the church committee hearings in Washington, D.C., and that's when all the family jewels were exposed over at CIA and stuff that they'd been involved in, all the mischief they were involved in. And so with that in mind, the hearings were closed soon enough. We didn't even get into the worst of it. That's when we heard about drug testing on civilians and, LSD and things like that to see what would happen with individuals and small populations. There's stuff that has still not been brought forward. I was in a meeting, dinner in 75. And one of the people present was a person that was involved in the Disneyland stuff and Club 33. And he was describing a situation then where they had drugged half the people at this dinner, and the other half were there watching how people acted and reacted to note it. And I apologize. I got a call coming. Let me just send this to. And I apologize on that. Anyway, he was describing how they did a whole group with an LA thing, and that one of the women had a horrible reaction. She wasn't as big as a lot of the other people. She was very slight, very small, and the dose appeared to have been higher than she got. And she was on a trip for days before she finally came back to her senses. That was all done by CIA. There's lots of stuff we still haven't heard. And of course, that's part of the stuff with the Snowden stuff more recently. And even stuff going into WikiLeaks like that. So we have a lot of disclosures yet ahead of us. But in the Carter administration, in the aftermath of the Church Committee hearings, George Bush Sr. was still head of the CIA there, a businessman. He'd been over in China as our business liaison because we didn't have an ambassador to China under Nixon. He comes back and, oh, that's fantastic. I just got a piece of very important news that I can't tell you. So then, as we came out of the Church Committee hearings, George Bush is director of CIA. He's the one that leads the way to get 2 executive orders that protect intelligence covert operations going out in the future. And the first one was the creation of the Inspector General's office, which controls the flow of money, and turns on the spigot or turns off the spigot at all these various government agencies. And that's, was done by executive order, create this Inspector General's office, supposedly control the intelligence and military industrial complex and all that. Then the second thing is they create the Senior Executive Service, which is about continuity in government. And of course, the question being, Nixon, when he was having to be taken out of office, and General Haig, remember, I'm in charge here. Things like that, Kennedy assassination, whatever, different things. Who's actually running things in some type of a crisis event for attack? And so Senior Executive Service was to build out an infrastructure in the background that if something horrid happened or between elections, as one group is going out and another group's coming in. They've maintained continuity in government between these elected civilian operations. And senior executive service has completely gone off the rails. Unknown budget. They can pay anybody any amount of money they want. They manage the creation of Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg's a DARPA operation, LifeLog. And he was handed on a silver platter. He didn't create Facebook. And by the way, Bitcoin is a creation of DARPA. When there was so much money in Facebook, this black bag operation with this cheesy player, the director, owner, blah, blah, blah. And by the way, Zuckerberg's wife, Chinese, is even wealthier than he is. Think about that for a minute. But they had to bleed some of the money out of Facebook somewhere. So they had this supposed trial. Remember how Zuckerberg was like not even paying attention. He's drawing, scribbling, care less. Why? Because he knew it was all put on. The Winklevoss brothers, who supposedly also invented Facebook, look, if Zuckerberg didn't invent it, it was DARPA. The Winklevoss twins couldn't have invented it. And so what's going on here? Well, they needed money for their Bitcoin mining operations, so they got a payoff from Facebook, all legit. Then they go up to George Washington, buy a bunch of operations, a DoD thing, and allegedly are doing mining, getting paid to mine. And by the way, for this backup power supply system for the Grand Coulee Dam system. The short version of all of that is that these operations, Inspector General's office and Senior Executive Service, were funding and channeling money, turning the spigot on and off for these operations that were really the hijacking of the helm of the ship of state of America. And they have become so powerful that the only way to stop them, as I've told your audience before, but it bears repeating right now, there will be a face-off, and there will be allegedly missiles flying, just like you had in Hawaii, most likely, where the computer systems had to scram, and then on an emergency basis, over an hour, twice, downloaded from all the federal and military computers everything that they had, including during that hour, back to a mainland location within the NORAD defense system, and including all of the access codes, including for special access projects, as though the people involved back at NORAD, everything going on, doesn't matter what your secret code is that you put in, we get it all. That, I believe, is what happens on the mainland and again out in the islands and other locations around the world in some kind of a missile standoff, Cuban Missile type crisis, where it appears missiles are in the air. And all those systems have to scram. And when they do, it doesn't matter what they've tried to do in the interim, the codes were locked. When Trump sealed up Cheyenne Mountain, which is the core of our missile defense system, everybody in there has a Q clearance. They locked all of those systems in a continuity of government operation to the NORAD side of continuity in government, which goes back to 54 and the beginning of the nuclear age, versus SES, which happened under Carter with the Inspector Generals and the SES 78 and 79, those two executive orders that hijacked control of the country. Carter was really only a tiny bit better than Biden in that he was a useful tool for these globalista to put themselves into the right position. And then you move forward in time. That who managed the Oklahoma city building? I think it'll be very readily found to have been SES. Even this fraud.
You had mentioned Bill Barr. Other stuff about Bill Barr, where they're basically they're already getting everything ready to, like, prosecute President Trump before the last election fraud. They're already getting it ready. Wow, he's going to really be held accountable, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Bill Barr is within that circle of SIGI, continuity in government, their council and like that. They go by SIGI, and you know, uh, yeah, let's go smoke that SIGI. Um, those people. I mean, I will tell you, um, those people that have hijacked control of the country through various frauds and manipulations, including cooperating with the fraud of the 2020 election and the Russia stuff. They are going to have a rough hair day now for the rest of their lives. Once this executive order is signed, things will change. And, Obama's over there in England kissing up to those guys. By the way, the British Commonwealth side of this continuity and government operation, where these globalists are coordinating their actions, that's Serco. Serco is the equivalent of RSCS and controlling, the intelligence agencies, everything else. And by the way, you probably remember this. A lot of us were like, what in the world are they talking about? This is insane. When they were talking about merging all the intelligence gathering operations into under one roof, which is what happened after 9/11, another SES covered operation. Um, uh, why? Because now you centralized everything. It was easier to control stuff, right? So send Matt a note. I'll be there in 5 minutes because they have opening. If you would, please. So that's the kind of stuff that's going to come out. And think about that under the auspices of continuity in government. 9/11 happened. The Paradise and Palisades fires, Maui, and 100 other fires that you haven't heard the name of, that were where very advanced military weapons were used, not just against Americans, but places all over the world for this club's purposes, to steal all the money from everybody, everywhere, all the time. This is a much bigger battle, and it's my contention that the most important first real shot across the bow that's going to hit armor, go through a deck plate, in at the waterline, is what Trump's about to do with this emergency executive order. Now, we've been lobbing stuff across the decks. We've been, making big, loud noises and all that. This is the one that hits them in really core places. If you get an honest election, they're toast.
Oh yeah.
You have honest paper ballots, no electronics. Trump is not going to have one machine in this. In fact, one of the big things that we've heard for months, and I actually dealt with one of the groups directly, personally, and asked for a very specific thing and got what they just damn well wanted to do, which wasn't where we're going. Hand count paper ballot and all the problems with the machines. And they came back and says, well, all the machines that are currently there are bad and there's nothing else out there, but we came up with one. So we've got a machine that we want to use. Trump, they were opportunistic, was Trump's exact words. They wanted to do it their way, and they're going to go make a buck, feather their nest through retirement, and manage this whole thing. No, just like France. Hand count paper ballot, counted where cast, 1 day vote. Okay? It's about to happen. And that guy right there is about to bring you back to honest elections in America. And once we get ours under control, the rest of the world, it's going to be unbelievable. So anyway, I've got another show I've got to do with my chief of staff here, Matt Meck. And, he's doing a fantastic job too. In fact, if you wanted to have him on your show, you might want to ask him about his history back in the Fast and Furious stuff, which is also going to be part of this as we get into going after election integrity and the national election emergency, fast and furious, is going to come back. Watch what happens.
Wow, sounds great. Look, I
So,
certainly in the description box, all patriots, gumroad.com, and
yep.
the Jennifer Mack. And
Yeah, and I'm probably going to have to up those silver prices depending on
yeah, I
what's
think
going
you
on in the
are.
market right now. So I probably won't do it for at least several hours or maybe overnight again. And I do expect silver up there at 70 before it kind of hits the wall this cycle. And I've said that. I said it on your show, weeks and weeks ago.
Before the end of
And
the year.
and I said that back when I was in the mid 30s,
Yep.
that the next, we'd get in that 40 range and bounce around there for a bit, and then it was going to break loose and go to 70, and that's where it's at. And even that's not a stop. There's so much pressure within the banking system. And by the way, when the Fed lowers interest rates on Wednesday, as they're most likely to do, everybody believes it,
Well,
that will also bring up metals prices. Again, why would you sit on these low interest things with all the risk in the markets? Okay, so
all right.
anyway, that's the situation.
Thanks so much for coming in and giving us the update. That's fantastic. Good to hear.
Well, and I apologize. This is one of the shorter shows we do. I like to kind of get into all the weeds, but I hope there was enough there for people that, I just want everybody kind of understanding the context of things, including, we got to pray Tina through this. She's in a desperate situation. It would be horrid to be that person. And how, she has nothing to hang her hat on. We can't even tell her some of the stuff going on the outside. So she's just got to trust that people have her back and that it's not all just talk. And that's really hard to hang on in that kind of situation. By the way, I sent a letter out to all of my Gumroad customers, on my mailing list Sunday about the Battle of the Bulge and correlations that I see there with persons and ideas to Tina's situation. And it was put out in a couple places, and they only put about half of it out there. Well, without the end, you don't understand why I'm tying it together the way it is. I'm like, oh my gosh, they were going to bleed it out and get commercials and whatever. I give it for free. Anybody that's been a customer of mine over there, I send an email periodically to.
Yep. Yeah,
and I did that on the Tina Peters thing a little more intensely. Usually, sometimes it goes 6 months or 2 or 3 months, but I've been hard on it over the last several weeks because of the Tina Peters thing. And I apologize. And I sent that out. That article, I hope people will read that. I hope they understand it. And I don't want to even take away some of the stuff that's in there because most people have never heard what I've put in there. And so I want people to think about that and tie it to Tina Peters. We have people, men and women that have made such amazing sacrifices, and Tina has. Let's pray her through this and get her out free and get her healthy again. So there you go. Love you, bro.
All right. Yeah, Tracy and I love you, and Jen, thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
We'll talk to you again soon, hopefully.
Yeah, and by the way, that blanket's over at Jennifer Mack's store.
And that's a great one.
That blanket, I love that blanket.
Yeah, we do too.
My gosh, it's so comfortable.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, bro. We'll talk soon.
All right, bro. Thanks.
All right.
Judy note, things aren't getting worse, they're just being exposed. The worse things get, the easier it is to see who is awake, asleep, or evil. The worse things get, the easier it is to do the right thing. WHG Grandpa. United States Special Operations Forces are now in the final stages of coordinating mass arrests across the nation, targeting deep state operatives embedded in government, media, and corporate sectors who have long evaded justice for their crimes against humanity. Reliable sources within military intelligence confirm that over 500 high-profile indictments have been unsealed in the last 72 hours, including key figures in the financial cabal responsible for economic sabotage and human trafficking networks. Child rescue operations have intensified globally, with Delta teams extracting over 300 innocent souls from underground facilities in California and Nevada alone this weekend. The Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, activation looms imminently, 48 hours to blackout, or by Wednesday afternoon December 10, 2025. With preliminary tests completed on Monday 7th of December across all 50 states, signaling readiness for the nationwide alert that will expose the full extent of corruption to every American household. Military briefings indicate that the EBS will commence no later than Monday 15th of December, delivering President Trump's recorded address to the nation. My fellow Americans, what you are about to go through will be very painful, but trust the plan, victory is at hand. During this sacred interlude, global alliances will dismantle the last vestiges of tyranny, ensuring that no child suffers another day in silence. Watch for 10 Days of Darkness, where the military will take over all TV, radio, internet and other communication networks to show 8-hour documentaries 24/7 about the truth of what was really going on and why. The new republic that functioned under concepts of the original Constitution including common law will be announced at the end of the 10 Days of Darkness. Quantum Financial System, QFS, protocols have been fully integrated across 209 nations, securing asset-backed currencies against fraud and ensuring instantaneous, tamper-proof transactions. On Wednesday 10th of December, 2025 the revaluation, RV, of global currencies will officially launch, commencing with Tier 4B appointments for humanitarian projects. On Friday, December 12, 2025 NISR's implementation forgives all personal and national debts, while ushering in debt-free prosperity for every family, a covenant of restoration where the burdens of the past are lifted, and the meek inherit the earth. Beginning twos. December 16, 2025 This wealth transfer orchestrated by the St. Germain World Trust will redistribute trillions, with initial payouts for those with redemption codes, enabling the rebuilding of communities ravaged by engineered crises. Rates for the Iraqi dinar and other keys are locked at historic highs. Timing, be prepared. Timing of a pending internet shutdown and 10 days of darkness throughout the world will be determined by a quantum computer's analysis of the entire international situation. The mainstream media will close down while people will be asked to stay indoors to watch documentaries explaining what was going on. Monday 8th of December QFS Global Alert Tier 4B, Sovereign Ascension Protocol active, Quantum Financial System on Telegram Secure Floor, 6 o'clock Zulu. Global ISO 20022 Rainbow Currency Grid has evolved beyond overunity into perpetual quantum abundance. The concept of percentage complete has been deleted from every server on Earth. The grid is now the living heartbeat of the planet. The GCR/RV shotgun start became mathematically irreversible at 1914 Reno time on November 28, 2025, exactly 9 days, 10 hours, and 46 minutes ago. That timestamp is now taught to children in the new curriculum as Liberation Zero. Tier 4B milestones confirmed in the last 10 hours, straight from the master wall. 3,800,000 plus Tier 4B accounts upgraded overnight from redeemed to sovereign creator status with unlimited gold-backed digital certificate minting authority. Dragon Family Ancient Gold Vaults beneath Macau Masternode physically opened for the first time in 3,700 years, live feed shows rivers of molten gold flowing into the planetary liquidity ocean. Humanitarian and infrastructure project wallets auto-escalated to self-replicating status, every approved project now spawns 7 mirror projects instantly. Quantum entanglement security locks upgraded to galactic standard, any remaining 0.0000003% dark signatures vaporized by Andromeda Council Tachyon Pulse at 5:59 Zulu. Leaked Reno Master Control audio burst, 5:59 and 59 seconds Zulu, open channel. Every speaker on Earth heard it simultaneously for 3 seconds. This is the voice of the One. The simulation has ended. The kingdom has been restored. You are the wealth now. Walk as gods among men. It is done. The old world just ended. The new one is already funded, already ruling, already eternal. QFS Global Command, secure floor out. All eyes on the new Earth. It is glorious. CNISR and Jazar activation timeline. Sunday, December 28, 2025, the old financial grid shows its first visible fractures. Settlement delays rise as quantum rails quietly take control. Thursday, 1 Jan. 2026, sovereign protocols begin sinking. Debt registers freeze. Gold-backed valuations enter internal calibration. Wednesday, 7 Jan. 2026, public phase alignment initiates. Notification channels open. The shift becomes impossible to hide. Monday, December 8, 2025 48-hour final countdown just started. 3 channels close forever when the blackout hits. 1. At 10 days of darkness, 2s. January 20, 2026 Internet dies, phones go EBS only. 2. At EBS_alert_live this week EBS goes live, Cabal arrests announced, if your device isn't set, you hear nothing. 3. At Gitmo now first 500 Gitmo flights tracked, executions during blackout, no more delays. Monday, December 8, 2025 global operations are accelerating and the real story is not on television, WH Grandpa on Telegram. While the media floods America with distractions, political theater, and staged outrage, the real shift is happening out of sight. What unfolded this week was not random chaos. It was cover for something much larger moving beneath the surface. Behind every headline, something else was happening. Private intel confirms that bond fund deliveries to paymasters accelerated with unprecedented speed. The flow was so intense that several teams had to rotate around the clock just to keep up. This is not a test run. This is what a controlled global realignment looks like. Private appointments have already begun. Not upcoming. Not preparing. Begun. Those who organize their projects and position themselves early are the ones being contacted first. This phase is not about waiting. It is about readiness. And here is what the public does not understand. Straight cash exchanges are over. The new system operates through structured wealth placement, secure accounts, and advisory oversight. Every individual will direct their funds into protected channels, guided by specialists tied directly to Treasury and QFS infrastructure. While Americans are distracted by market swings, congressional drama, celebrity-generated noise, and manufactured social conflict, the actual machinery of transition is already in motion. These events were not accidental. They were synchronized. The public sees confusion. We see cover. The truth behind this week is simple. The system is shifting faster than they want you to realize. Restored Republic. Fraudulent claim that the United States is not operating as a corporate entity or under commercial administration. Failure to distinguish de jure from de facto government, Joseph Anthony Lowe. 03. One cannot serve two masters, the Constitution and the corporation. Fraud vitiates everything. See United States v. Throckmorton, 98 U.S. 61, 1878. Exposing the corporate veil, operational evidence of foreign administrative overlay disguised as government. It is a principle of law that one cannot serve two masters, and no lawful government may operate in duality, claiming both sovereign immunity and foreign commercial registration. Yet the present regime that purports to act as the United States government functions not as a de jure constitutional body politic, but as a registered commercial enterprise operating under international commercial law, banking treaties, and foreign-controlled bonding systems. The record shows that every major federal agency, including the White House, DOJ, IRS, DoD, and judicial branches, are registered in the DUN system, identified by commercial and government entity, CAGE, codes, and subject to the financial oversight of foreign-controlled interests such as the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and the Bank for International Settlements. A sovereign government has no requirement to register as a vendor for profit. Yet the following entities are registered with D, U, N, S, numbers: United States Government, 0527141196. White House, 0374044123. Department of Justice, 0405358809. Federal Bureau of Investigation, 0392561665. Unified Judicial System, South Dakota, 627,496,318. These entries are prima facie evidence of corporate function. See #R below for full document. Monday, December 8, 2025. Smartphones worldwide were quietly infected with Israeli malware hidden in ads, giving the surveillance company Alexa full access to cameras, microphones, chat apps, emails, GPS locations, photos, files, and browsing activity. Mega King on Telegram. Monday, December 8, 2025. Just in, U.S. State Department issues emergency travel warning for U.S. citizens to avoid all travel within 50 kilometers of the Thailand-Cambodia border due to significant escalation in the conflict between the two countries. Monday, December 8, 2025. Well. They followed the money, and look what they found. $50 million in unaudited U.S. taxpayer money in 1 month alone went to a pro-terrorist group disguised as a climate change organization. Monday, December 8, 2025, large M7.6 earthquake plus tsunami strikes Japan after M7.0 in Alaska, major unrest. Monday, December 8, 2025. So, who cares? DeGeneres and Porsche leaving UK after ditching US over Trump. Monday, December 8, 2025. Bombshell alert, deep state exposed. Obama-era day official indicted for laundering $12 million for terror cartels, December 8, 2025. Monday, December 8, 2025. The charges are clear: treason, sedition, and betrayal. Obama's day of reckoning is coming. Monday, December 8, 2025. Executive Order, One Rule to Lead the World. Trump declares war on bureaucracy to protect America's AI future. Monday, December 8, 2025. Just in, Edward Snowden drops digital nuke on Joe Rogan. They can control your device, your data, your life. Monday, December 8, 2025. Newsmax, Gitmo TV. A man from Somalia came to America, started a nonprofit and opened a multi-million-dollar migrant care service agency. He's getting over $5 million per year from American taxpayers, being given no-bid contracts from Maine Governor Janet Mills, and is building a military in Somalia. He has been funneling money back to Somalia to build a military in Somalia. The guy is running a migrant services agency that bills Maine Care, which is what we call Medicaid, about $5 million a year. He said he raised money in the U.S. to buy weapons, munitions, and supplies for paramilitary force he had hoped to lead as the president of Jubaland. Yes, that is a real state in Somalia, and to be clear, in Somalia, he's running to be the warlord of Jubaland. Elections in Jubaland aren't exactly like elections in America. It's whoever has the most guns is able to certify the election. So he needed to buy a paramilitary organization and paramilitary support in order to win that election. Abdullahi Ali's background came to Maine, founded Gateway Community Services, a migrant services nonprofit. Gateway Community Services received millions in taxpayer-funded Maine Care payments and no-bid contracts from Democratic Governor Janet Mills' administration. Former employees allege systematic fraudulent billing, overbilling by nearly $1 million in earlier audits. Governor Janet Mills created the Office of New Americans, whose sole employee, from Sudan, is a former Gateway Community Services staffer. Monday, December 8, 2025. Dr. Oz, you've probably heard the news by now. Minnesota fraudsters stole over $1 billion from Medicaid. And you deserve an explanation. Our staff at CMS told me they've never seen anything like this in Medicaid, and everyone from Governor Tim Walz on down needs to be investigated, because they've been asleep at the wheel. Based on what we know now, this is a clear dereliction of duty. First, the facts. In recent years, Minnesota Medicaid launched several new programs, including housing stabilization services, which help disabled homeless individuals, and early intensive developmental and behavioral intervention, which reimburse therapy costs for families with autistic children. Some bad actors in Minnesota's Somali community decided to game the system. And when they got away with it, they decided to go bigger. The housing program was supposed to cost $2.6 million annually. Last year, it paid out over $100 million. The autism program ballooned from $3 million in 2018 to nearly $400 million in 2023. These scammers use stolen taxpayer money to buy flashy cars, purchase overseas real estate, and offer kickbacks to parents who enrolled their kids at fake autism treatment centers. Some of it may have even made its way to the Somalian terrorist group Al-Shabaab. Monday, December 8, 2025. Military arrests Obama's VA secretary for treason and massive financial crimes. The deep state just took a direct hit. The United States Army CID has arrested Eric Shinseki, Obama's former Secretary of Veterans Affairs, for treason, embezzlement, money laundering, and bank fraud. At 83 years old, he was pulled from his Honolulu home after investigators confirmed he siphoned nearly $300 million from the VA during Obama's years in power. His scheme began quietly in 2012 with small transfers into Cayman Islands accounts. Within months he was moving millions through fake charities and shell companies he personally created. For over a year he drained funds meant for wounded veterans while pretending to run audits on the very accounts he robbed. The truth broke open when a dying Army lieutenant colonel confessed everything to his son in November 2025. The son avoided the corrupted DOJ and went straight to CID. A month-long review of Obama-era ledgers revealed a full-scale theft. Shinseki lived modestly, which helped hide the offshore fortune that investigators believe was intended for future political operations. On Thursday morning, CID entered his Honolulu residence with a military warrant. His caretaker tried to delay them, but agents found him in bed and took him into custody. His claim of identity theft collapsed immediately. Investigators already held signed transfers, wire trails, and dissolved entities tied directly to him. This arrest is the first crack in a much larger structure. Under Trump and Secretary Hegseth, the military purge inside the VA is accelerating. The years of denied claims, slow-roll medical care, and political weaponization are now being traced back to the same network that protected Obama. Shinseki's fall signals that the chain is breaking and more arrests are expected. The reckoning has begun. And Monday, December 8, 2025, the dossier they never expected you to read, Nizar and Jazara QFS on Telegram. They hid these programs because they were never meant to reach the public. Bluebird, Artichoke, MKUltra, Mockingbird, Paperclip, Midnight Climax. 6 covert engines that shaped the modern world while citizens lived under the illusion of freedom. These were not studies. They were weapons designed to fracture memory, hijack identity, and manufacture obedience on a national scale. Every newly opened file confirms the same truth. The government was not researching control. It was mastering it. Bluebird began the descent by testing hypnosis, chemical amnesia, and identity stripping on the most vulnerable. Artichoke pushed further, exploring how to erase free will entirely. The story is not that these programs existed. The story is that their architecture never vanished. It evolved, adapted, and moved deeper underground, waiting for a moment when the public no longer questioned who built the world they are living in. Monday, December 8, 2025, military operational tactics exposed during the Charlie Kirk assassination, aka the Maroon Boys. This is just another layer of the active color revolution against the United States. Dan Bongino on Telegram. Charlie Kirk's assassination appears as a professional, multinational military intelligence hit targeting Kirk's exposés on foreign meddling and conservative networks in the U.S. government. The maroon pattern unmasks a textbook domestic color revolution, executed in plain view to silence dissent. High-resolution photographs from the September 10, 2025, assassination of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University, UVU, challenge the official narrative. They depict the alleged shooter, Tyler Robinson, positioned calmly among the front-row audience in a maroon shirt, dark shorts, black cap, and backpack, identical to the attire described in media reports of a rooftop escape. No evidence supports a rooftop vantage, outfit change, or evasion through the crowd. Robinson was embedded in the spectators when the shot was fired. FBI ballistic markers on the lawn left of the stage further contradict the FBI's rooftop shooter claim, indicating a trajectory from the right side of the crowd area, consistent with a ground-level operative. These anomalies align with insights from Candace Owens' recent broadcast, which analyzes crowd footage revealing an anomalous cluster of young, fit men, all attending solo, clad in the same maroon hue, and stationed at key angles around the stage. Unlike panicked attendees who ducked or fled, many of these individuals stood firm, methodically filming the incident from preset positions. Critically, the viral videos that defined the lone gunman storyline, all amplified rapidly across platforms, originated from these maroon-shirted figures, simulating grassroots dissemination. Veterans from US, UK, French, and other special operations units have corroborated to Candace Owens that maroon serves as a global identifier for airborne and elite forces, often as a color of the day for undercover federal or quick reaction teams. In high-chaos scenarios, it enables instant ally recognition amid extraction or protection protocols. This orchestrated uniformity exemplifies CIA-owned color revolution tactics, deployed in regime change efforts like Ukraine's 2014 Maidan Uprising. Such operations fabricate spontaneity through pre-positioned assets, controlled narratives, and visual cues to mask coordination as organic unrest. Here, the maroon cadre ensured narrative dominance while the FBI has offered no explanation for their positioning, composure under fire, or the suppression of contradictory family-submitted footage. Military operational tactics exposed during the Charlie Kirk assassination, aka the Maroon Boys. This is just another layer of the active color revolution against the United States. Charlie Kirk's assassination appears as a professional, multinational military intelligence hit targeting Kirk's exposés on foreign meddling in conservative networks and the U.S. government. The maroon pattern unmasks a textbook domestic color revolution, executed in plain view to silence dissent. High-resolution photographs from the September 10, 2025, assassination of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University, UVU, challenge the official narrative. They depict the alleged shooter, Tyler Robinson, positioned calmly among the front-row audience in a maroon shirt, dark shorts, black cap, and backpack, identical to the attire described in media reports of a rooftop escape. No evidence supports a rooftop vantage, outfit change, or evasion through the crowd. Robinson was embedded in the spectators when the shot was fired. Monday, December 8, 2025. The Clintons, CIA and MENA, the core allegations, condensed, Stormwatch 17 on Telegram. During Bill Clinton's governorship of Arkansas, 1979-81, 1983-92, the remote MENA Intermountain Airport allegedly became a major hub for CIA-backed Iran-Contra operations. With Congress banning direct funding of the Nicaraguan Contras, the Reagan-Bush administration allegedly used covert channels to arm the rebels and bring cocaine north to finance them. Key claims: drug pilot and CIA asset Barry Seal moved his operation to MENA in 1981, flying weapons south and returning with hundreds of kilos of cocaine monthly. Declassified documents and IRS probes confirm large-scale money laundering through Arkansas banks. Weekly cash drops reportedly exceeded $9 million. State-level investigations were repeatedly blocked, charges dropped citing national security. Clinton associates, Dan Lassiter, Patsy Thomason, Jackson Stevens, ADFA, were linked to the network. Court securitization, CRIS and CUSIP mechanisms. Court dockets are monetized through the Court Registry Investment System, CRIS. Bonds are assigned CUSIP numbers and sold on the secondary market. This is not speculative, it is documented in annual comprehensive financial reports, ACFRs. Such mechanisms do not exist in a common law judiciary. They exist only in commercial enforcement systems. False distinction between United States and federal corporation. 28 U.S.C. 3215 defines United States as a federal corporation for purposes of debt collection. This is a narrow admission of the true nature of its financial character. Courts claiming that this is limited in scope fail to reconcile the government's commercial enforcement of civil penalties, tax collection, and performance bonds under the same structure. Bar members as foreign agents under 22 U.S.C. Section 611, agents of foreign principals must register. Bar associations derive their lineage from the Inns of Court under the British Crown. The use of Esquire is a prohibited title of nobility under Article I, Section 9, Clause 8. Every judge, prosecutor, and defense attorney holding a bar card operates under a private guild not recognized in the Constitution. Administrative procedure versus constitutional law. The federal judiciary no longer operates under Article III principles. Modern courts are Article I legislative tribunals applying administrative law. The use of summary judgment, docket bonding, and statute-only enforcement shows departure from judicial due process and entry into commercial enforcement. Bankruptcy claims, misstated. No case number is needed to affirm national insolvency. The Emergency Banking Act of March 9, 1933, amended Section 5B of the Trading with the Enemy Act and granted extraordinary powers to the executive. Proclamation 2039 and 2040 declared a banking emergency and suspended gold redemption. Congress enacted House Joint Resolution 192, June 5, 1933, abrogating the Gold Clause. These actions constitute acts in bankruptcy and equity, not through Title 11. All attempts to rebut these claims by invoking outdated dicta or mischaracterizing them as sovereign citizen arguments are intellectually dishonest. The current system does not resemble the organic constitution. It functions as a commercial trust administration governed by international and corporate standards. The existence of foreign influence, commercial registration, administrative law, and judicial monetization are beyond dispute. To deny these facts is to either operate in ignorance, willful blindness, or complicity. One cannot serve two masters, the Constitution and the corporation. Fraud vitiates everything. See United States v. Throckmorton, 98 U.S. 61, 1878. Exposing the corporate veil, operational evidence of foreign administrative overlay disguised as government. It is a principle of law that one cannot serve two masters, and no lawful government may operate in duality, claiming both sovereign immunity and foreign commercial registration. Yet the present regime that purports to act as the United States government functions not as a de jure constitutional body politic, but as a registered commercial enterprise operating under international commercial law, banking treaties, and foreign-controlled bonding systems. The record shows that every major federal agency, including the White House, DOJ, IRS, DoD, and judicial branches, are registered in the DUN system, identified by Commercial and Government Entity (CAGE) codes, and subject to the financial oversight of foreign-controlled interests such as the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and the Bank for International Settlements. These registrations are not symbolic, they are instruments of contractual jurisdiction, whereby presumed commercial entities consent to binding foreign administrative rules for the purposes of procurement, indemnity, and financial operation. Through the Court Registry Investment System, CRAS, court cases are securitized, assigned CUSIP numbers, and traded as bonded instruments. Every appearance in court initiates a presumption that the man or woman has consented to being treated as a legal person, trustees, and is subject to performance bonds, bid bonds, and payment bonds, with proceeds deposited into pooled revenue streams recorded in annual comprehensive financial reports, ACFRs. These are not hypothetical or theoretical constructs, they are present in the internal ledgers of federal, state, and municipal entities. Furthermore, the Bar Association monopoly is a foreign guild structure, with lineage tied to the Inns of Court under ecclesiastical crown authority. No member of the bar has proven lawful delegation of constitutional power to interpret or enforce the organic constitution. Under 22 U.S.C. Section 611, any person acting on behalf of a foreign principal is a foreign agent and must be registered. No bar member adjudicating matters in court presents proof of such registration or rebuttal to the presumption of foreign allegiance. The merger of law and equity in 1938, via the Supreme Court's ruling in Erie Railroad Company v. Tompkins, and the implementation of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, destroyed the separation of common law and chancery. Courts ceased operating under constitutional authority and began applying commercial codes and statutory equity, converting tribunals of law into administrative enforcement venues. This administrative switch created a presumption that all parties appearing are either decedents, wards, or incompetent sureties, as in the construct of the Sestui vi trust, historically derived from Roman civil law and canon law under the Vatican system. When a court, judge, or attorney engages in this framework without full disclosure, they commit constructive fraud. When they conceal the existence of fiduciary bonds, commercial trading of case instruments, and the use of foreign commercial law in place of constitutional due process, they participate in misprision of treason under 18 U.S.C. Section 2382. This entire system operates on presumptions, that the man or woman voluntarily consented to be treated as a commercial entity, that the name in all caps signifies the living being, and that jurisdiction is proper. None of these presumptions have been proven, and their enforcement without disclosure constitutes fraud, ultra vires action, and violation of the organic constitution, judicial denial, willful ignorance, and the fraud of legal excuses. A pattern emerges wherein agents of the current legal industrial complex rely upon outdated judicial opinions, disjointed statutory interpretations, and categorical dismissals of lawful inquiry under the rhetorical branding of frivolous, sovereign citizen, or baseless conspiracy. This tactic serves not only to discredit lawful investigation into structural fraud, but also to insulate a privatized administrative apparatus from legitimate challenge. The judicial citations commonly relied upon: United States v. Maurice, 1823, United States v. Perkins, 1896, Dinghy, 1831, and others, predate the commercial and financial reconstruction of the federal government following the Act of 1871, the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, the Emergency Banking Relief Act of 1933, and the United Nations Charter of 1945. These transformative events implemented wholesale structural overlays and cannot be rebutted by case law that precedes their legislative enactment. Further, the disingenuous invocation of 28 U.S.C. Section 3215, while simultaneously denying its relevance, is itself a legal contradiction. The statute clearly defines United States as including a federal corporation, a statutory definition crafted within the context of commercial debt enforcement. To suggest that this classification has no bearing on the operational nature of federal agencies, many of which operate as bonded corporations for procurement under UCC titles, is to willfully ignore the construct of functional jurisprudence, where conduct outweighs label. The claim that there are no articles of incorporation is both misleading and misdirected. Sovereign governments do not require articles of incorporation under private corporate law. However, incorporated municipal entities, such as the United States as defined post-1871, do operate as legal persons under corporate charters passed through congressional acts. The government of the District of Columbia, which now serves as the federal seat, is a corporate entity per statute. The U.S. Government Printing Office, GPO, the Department of Treasury, and other departments publish registration identifiers and DUNS information clearly affirming corporate capacity to contract. The claim that no bankruptcy court or trustee exists ignores the construct of reorganization via emergency powers, wherein the President of the United States, through the Treasury and Federal Reserve, assumed commercial trusteeship over all citizens and assets via the Trading with the Enemy Act, 1917, and the Emergency Banking Relief Act, 1933. No formal Chapter 11-style bankruptcy is required when reorganization occurs by proclamation, executive order, and statutory debt instruments. Ignorance of these facts, intentional or negligent, is not an excuse. To cite modern court opinions that mock, dismiss, or label such analysis as frivolous is not legal refutation, but circular logic and judicial gaslighting. Courts, as commercial venues monetizing securitized proceedings, hold a vested interest in denying the existence of the construct that sustains them. To serve this system while denying its existence is to commit fraud by silence. The bar-controlled judiciary, the bonded fiduciary officers, and foreign-aligned agencies are not immunized by habit or legacy. They are subject to the rule of law, and that law includes the maxim that fraud vitiates everything it touches. To say that a government which bonds its officers, securitizes its cases, contracts via foreign identifiers, operates under international treaties, trains its enforcers through guild-based associations, and treats its people as trust property as sovereign, is a mockery of language, law, and logic. Fundamental breach of constitutional trust and the return to principle. A lawful government derives its just powers from the consent of the governed, not from secret financial instruments, foreign registration schemes, or adhesion contracts buried within administrative codes. The transition from de jure constitutional governance to de facto commercial administration has never been lawfully ratified by the people, nor publicly disclosed. It is thus null, void, and ultra vires. The Constitution's Article I, Section 9, Clause 8 forbids any title of nobility, yet all judges, attorneys, and officers bearing the title esquire operate under a crown-derived guild that was never authorized by the people. The 10th Amendment preserves all powers not delegated to the federal government to the states and the people, yet the administrative overlays imposed by the Uniform Commercial Code, International Monetary Fund, United Nations, and Federal Reserve System have supplanted constitutional delegation with foreign-derived contract law. Article V states that treaties are the supreme law of the land, but this clause does not authorize treaties that contradict or override the Constitution's protections. Treaties cannot create foreign fiduciary obligations or debt pledges that strip the people of unalienable rights, nor can they place public offices under control of non-republican, supranational entities. The International Organization Immunities Act, 1945, unlawfully extended privileges, immunities, and foreign status to organizations never ratified as sovereign authorities over the American people. The Vatican-based trust model, through Roman civil law, canon law, and the Cestui Que Vie construct, treats all individuals as missing, thereby enabling the seizure and management of their estates via commercial instruments and administrative courts. This juridical conversion, combined with the posterior merger of equity and law, enables a silent transfer of sovereignty from the people to the corporate state. These facts are not theories, they are operational realities, confirmed through audit trails, public financial reports, agency registrations, and statutory code. That the courts ignore, judges conceal, and bar associations profit from these mechanisms does not change their legal character. The maxim remains, you cannot serve two masters. One cannot swear allegiance to a constitutional republic while simultaneously administering foreign commercial law for private gain. Officers who do so breach fiduciary duty, violate their oaths, and operate as de facto agents of a corporate cartel. The man or woman who rebuts the presumption of being a decedent, debtor, or trustee reclaims their lawful status as a living principle, entitled to the protections of natural law, common law, and the organic constitution. This rebuttal must be honored, not mocked. It must be heard, not dismissed. To remain silent in the face of this structure is to become complicit in treason. To deny it without investigation is to live in fraud. To defend it is to serve a foreign power. Joseph Anthony Lodato III.
There we go. I had to get the camera on there, so.
Sweet. Good job. That's lovely there.
Yeah. We got a lot of people that seem to think that the military is somehow in opposition to what we're doing, or it's going to do something wild and crazy and just go take over the country or throw every bad guy out or whatever. That's not the way it works. The military is under the command of civilian government led by the commander-in-chief, who is the elected representative of the people.
Commander-in-chief.
The military commander-in-chief. So he's not out there just doing anything he wants, and neither is the military. They have certain protocols they operate within, and that they all must obey. And then the president commands the military. The military doesn't go off half-cocked. People, they just got to send in the Army, got to send in the Marines, got to send them to do this and that. They don't do it on their own. Why don't they just go in there and do something? They don't do it on their own. They do it under command. So, I'm thinking of the Tina Peters situation. Even there are certain protocols that they're not just going to take it on their own authority to do what needs to be done here. It's got to be in a command situation.
Yeah, most definitely.
So, I don't know if your people or if you talked about it much about the situation with Tina, but there's so much going on there, and we've got a kind of a tough moment here where her health is declining, and so even though we've talked about it, over the last couple of weeks, it's still a very critical moment, a critical issue that has to be addressed. And I know the president was made aware of some new developments that I don't think we have permission to talk about at this point in time, but I think there's things that are going on that some speed is in order to assist Tina at this point in time.
So, if we do the Venezuelan strike, do you think they'll do pretty much a insurrection act here in America?
Well, I don't think that's quite the way it works. There's here's part of what's going on in Venezuela. Maduro was given a kind of a choice several weeks back, and he was let known that he had till the 1st, and if he hadn't cleared the area, it was a free-for-all. Go get him. He's got a $50 million bounty on his head from the Justice Department. So he has to decide, does he want to live free, go somewhere, or be incarcerated in the U.S.? And we've done it before. Pineapple Face was here for the remainder of his life. And Maduro can go enjoy a federal prison also. But as I understand it, and I think the information's accurate, but we don't have independent confirmation of it other than a couple of sources that are probably all playing off of one source. So again, it's really just one source through several people, that Maduro took a government aircraft, flew to the border of Venezuela, and then went in on foot or vehicle into Brazil, and then was going to be flown out to a location where he could enjoy the sunshine and relax the rest of his life. He'd be, not going very far, but he would not be incarcerated in federal prison. As I understand it, that occurred, and he flew out of that location sometime early this morning, um, if that information is correct. And we don't have any independent confirmation of it. If he has left, and the people of Venezuela, at the point that they become aware that he's no longer there, that's when you get into something really interesting. See, Venezuela has been being run really real number for, at least uh, 30 years, if not longer, by the Cubans.
Mm.
They were present before, but they really just took over everything about 30 years ago. And when they did that, you couldn't get a driver's license. You couldn't get your Social Security. You couldn't get a government contract unless Cubans were involved. They ran everything.
Wow.
And the country was really just a pawn state, Cuba, if you can imagine. And then Cuba with Russian control over Cuba up to a certain point. Now, really, it's Chinese control over Cuba. They've been willing to spend the money and has been that way probably realistically for about a dozen years.
Hmm.
And so, it's not a Russian vassal as much as it is now a Chinese. And let me just add this. In this bizarre twist of the way things have been going in Cuba all the way along back to the 50s, the Brits have been controlling operations in Cuba through Canada.
Mm.
And so Canadians continued to travel to Cuba even when Americans could not. And then Canadians brought back their cigars and everything else, and came and went from Cuba when they needed car parts to keep their 50s cars working. They got them through Canada. So that connection to the Brits, who've really been doing stuff in this very obtuse way of doing it through Canada, a Commonwealth country, that is also going to be challenged. So what it's most likely going to happen, the Venezuelan people understand that they've been under the thumb of the Cubans for so long. Every dictatorship, even the vote stuff, was controlled by the Cubans. And so they're going to revolt. And the moment that Maduro is known to no longer be in the country, I expect that to be on.
Oh, yeah.
And the real issue is going to be, will the Cubans that are there stay and fight? There's a large number of them. Or where will they go? They don't have a private aircraft to get to the border. Will they be allowed egress to get back to Cuba or to some other location? Or are they going to stay there and fight it out? And by the way, South America, the Cubans are all over the place. The largest Russian embassy on the planet's over there in Mexico. And the Cubans are right there involved with everything there too, but also China. I had one of my contacts who does contract work for three-letter agencies, been doing that for a very long time. He and I talked just recently. He was down in Guatemala with a security team, and they were all essentially under contract to our government. And they just went out for beers in Guatemala. And when they were done, of course, in these South and Central American countries, and you know this, you don't really go out to dinner, say at sunset, latter part of the day. You might take a siesta, get up, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then you go out and you have a dinner and drink or two, and you're not done with that till 2, 3, 4 in the morning. And that's just common in that culture. So they weren't doing anything weird. They're out there at 1:30, 2 in the morning, had dinner, some beers, and they're walking back to their hotel, and they heard music coming from a spot and thought, well, maybe we'll have one more beer. Well, they get in there, and it turns out it's a brothel being run by Cubans and Chinese. And they look around the room and realize, oh my gosh, and there's a band playing and all that. And so they're trying to make their exit. And there was a couple of things that happened. One of them was that there was a girl that was probably Ukrainian, but they don't know. And she just tried to latch on to one of the team members and just, stay with them. No, you got to stay. You got to stay. Because, of course, they have to meet their quota every day. And just, as he said, just a beautiful young girl. And but with their work, their clearances, etc., there was just no possible way, and they made their exit and left. And it was very clear that it wasn't just Eastern Europeans running this. The Chinese were all around, inside and outside the building, guarding the facility. The next day, when they were in a meeting with their counterparts there in Guatemala, they described the situation, their concerns, not wanting anybody to be confused. They just didn't realize what they got into, and the guys all had a laugh and said, yeah, the Chinese have 3 of these places here in Guatemala. They're all over South America, and that's one of their primary ones. And it's them and the Cubans, and they bring these girls in from other parts of the world and prostitute them there in Guatemala, but it's the same in other places. Again, there's that alliance. I believe what's going to happen is that as Venezuela, as they realize that Maduro's not there, are going to have civil unrest, civil war, whatever it is. It's going to be aimed primarily at their main oppressors as they see it, which is the Cubans. And that's maybe just hours away at this point in time.
Right. So that's a great video. Thanks so much. Now, do you think that's going to spread? Do you think it'll spread over to Brazil with Lula, or Colombia maybe, or Mexico? Do you think it's going to spread at all?
That's a really hard question. I don't think anybody actually knows for certain. I will say this. Let's come back to the U.S. for a moment.
Yeah.
We really lead the whole world at this particular moment, this second. Everybody's looking to see what we're going to do in reaction to the stolen elections.
Right.
And they've heard the talk. They've seen the truth texts from Trump concerning rigged election 2020, the people that did it. People all over the world are aware that their elections are also being compromised. Part of the stuff that I was doing over in Southeast Asia was around the South Korean election issues and the frauds going on there, which were the same people that we have in custody here in the U.S. now, protective custody, that are, some of them have already testified in grand juries in Florida, and there's other grand juries coming online right now in one particular state specifically. With that in mind, these other countries, Brazil being one of them, have had their elections stolen from them. And there's the concern across South America and all the way up into Mexico. Are we going to address the election issue in a decisive way, the vote fraud? And as we get into it, because the people that we have in custody, when asked, and their affidavits, their testimony is that they did this in 71 countries plus the United States. They put leadership into the countries that wasn't the will of the people. They selected the leaders put them in, did a fraud on the vote. And so these people are leading countries around the world and against the will of the people in those countries. Mm-hmm. If we, at the point we begin arrest, and some through the justice system, some going to Gitmo. At the point we begin that, I think it sends a critical message, a much needed message to other places in the world that we're not only going to address frauds, the election frauds here in America. But as we go back up the chain of command, we're going to go to these other countries and assist them in regaining control of their own countries. And they may very well be very emboldened. And I expect that. I think that's a natural outcome of what's got to happen here. But they're all looking for leadership here in America first to see it addressed here, and then they go after it there. And one of the things in a sidebar to all of that is Tina Peters, because in the course of this, she was the victim of a very heavy campaign to villainize anybody who would challenge the machines and their use in elections. And because she was right there in the home turf, the main office in the U.S. for Dominion is right there in Colorado. ES&S has an office there too, and there's a lot of the activity going on in those places. Well, they couldn't allow Tina right there from their home state to get away with this. It would damage their credibility in lots of places. So they fought super, super, super hard. And at the point that they can no longer hold their scarecrow to scare anybody else from coming in and challenging the machines and elections, at the point that Tina is no longer in their grip or the grip of their political apparatchiks, then I think that signals even to the rest of the world how serious we are. So I do expect, and let me just add this one caveat. President Trump is excruciatingly aware of Tina's plight, including her health issue and some other things that just happened in the last 48 hours that are very, very serious. He has a particular timing that he's been, I think, fixated to.
That's what I figured.
For various reasons. And so you can't interpret his failure to act as a failure. He is holding to, because there's other things that have to fall within this sequence. And for whatever reason that we may not understand, as hard as it is, because he wants her out, he's been very, very, very excruciatingly clear about that. He also can't do things that could screw up other things in play. So
she's definitely, I think, a key. And if she gets, I don't think when she gets free, she's going to be a figurehead in this election fraud.
Look at what Trump just did. He's revoking all of Biden's executive orders, executive actions that were done by the auto pen. Well, that was essentially everything, right? So it's about 2020, because he's not there validly. He wasn't doing it himself. Somebody else is running him by remote control. So 2020 isn't over, and the effects of it, it goes further than that too. Trump has also said, by the time he's done with Obama, it'll be like you were never here. He's going to revoke everything tied to that because he got into office through fraud, election fraud specifically. So, we are far from done with all of this, peddling back the deep state, if you will. It's on.
Yeah. And plus, like we've seen, Sheila Holm has been on my show quite a few times disclosing, how the Bush family, they're Scherf, and they're from Germany, and how, W was basically born in Germany, was in the German Navy before he came here. So we're going to see a lot of these people, just like Obama. We're going to find out that they weren't U.S. citizens. They had no right to being in the presidency or the CIA or whatever. How do you think that's going to get turned around? Because we're seeing how Joe Biden is having his administration basically crumble. Are we going to see something like that happen with, Obama and maybe even the Bush family?
Yeah, I think Michael and Barry are going to have to find new digs, or we'll find them for them.
Well, they're running to England, I hear.
Well, again, just like I mentioned, England through Canada to Cuba to
Ah,
Venezuela. The
wow.
Brits, ultimately, if you get right down to it, and I've said this for, a couple dozen years,
Mhm.
the Brits are who are really fighting here. We're still in the Revolutionary War. They still think that one way or another, they're going to run America. Remember when Obama, one of his big claims to fame was that he was a, um, uh, whatchamacallit scholar, um, uh, Rhodes Scholar, Cecil Rhodes,
Right.
Diamond Cartels and all that,
July.
IDC. Cecil Rhodes scholarship was all about finding Americans who would then assist in returning the rogue nation America back under British authority and rule. I mean, you know, like the Revolutionary War didn't happen, and we're going back to British rule over America. Are you kidding me? Overt British rule, not covert, through all their various agencies and operations. The whole challenge of the legal bar association,
Right.
which is just a union, by the way, and it's not even legally supposed to. Being an attorney is not something that can be licensed except within their little bar thing. Technically, there is not supposed to be licensure for attorneys, and I know a lot of attorneys want to argue that. Well, you go back and look at the original understandings, and that's not the way it is. So that's something that'll continue to come up over the next few years, and because so much of the legal side of the way America operates is a hijacked operation, and judges and attorneys that are operating in an unconstitutional manner as though they get to decide what they want to back and not. So I think that's part of the storm. The storm is much bigger than most people have ever comprehended. It goes on much longer than most people have wanted to hear. They
Right.
think it's a once and done overnight operation. And in reality, there's so many roots of control into America um, that are clogging up the works that have to be unrooted. Uh, and the Brits are at the core of many of them, and then several of these families operating in plain sight, and the overt ones and the covert ones, not allowing that we can function independent of these globalista, these royalists, uh, uh, primarily operating through the City of London. So uh, we've got work to do to get their control of America um, uprooted and return it back to constitutional rule here in America.
So you're talking about the CCP. Mamdani looks like he's got some connection there, payouts and all kind of crazy stuff. You think Mamdani is actually going to go into New York as the mayor?
Well, whether he starts there or not, I think there's all sorts of questions. You can't have allegiance to and participate and do things related to communist groups and ideals, uh, and your citizenship can be revoked if you're naturalized in that way and weren't truthful or turn and bite the hand that feeds you. That can all be rescinded. I think Trump, of all the people out there that would do it, he's the one that would do it. So, yeah. And by the way, he let Mandami come in. They talked to him at the White House and everything else. And Trump says, yeah, to the extent that he said things that he wanted to do policing and other stuff that was stuff Trump could agree with. Trump says, yeah, I feel safe under his administration. Blah blah blah. Um, but then later that day, Trump signs that the Muslim Brotherhood is a terrorist organization.
Right.
Trump knew coming in that, and these people knew that they came in ready for kind of a fight, looking for some press. and thought he might get treated like Ramaphosa did from South Africa with his people, where the videos of the funerals of the white farmers was shown, and Ramaphosa acted like he had no knowledge, understanding of what that was all about. And I think the Mandami people had concern that that might occur and Trump would be brutish and rude, and they didn't get that. And Trump was nice enough, but he still stuck, right in there and got the uh, Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization. Trump is predictably unpredictable. At war, deception is the rule. You don't want your enemy to know exactly what you're doing, and you've got to get them guessing differently. I mean, that's D-Day. A deception saved, the whole invasion, perhaps not just lots of lives. It's the same thing here. Trump is doing things that cause our enemies to get ready to fight battles in ways and at places that they prepare for, and then he does something different and goes somewhere else. And they've lost time, energy, access to their munitions because of those sleight of hand things. I mean, that's part of chess. Where's he going with these moves? And you're trying to bait him into something else. I would even offer, the situation with Tina Peters. Tina is like a pawn in a great chess game. Trump is playing 5D chess. You have 5 boards, but you can only see 3 of them at any given moment. And the chess players that are playing can see the extra hidden boards, but the rest of the public doesn't get to see them. So you'll see players come in or go out of sight. You don't know if they're gone forever or they're just in a hidden board somewhere. They got moved out of sight as opposed to moved out of the game. And they pop up at odd places at odd times. Just imagine a curtain around the top and bottom board. You can only see the 3 in the middle. And so this 5D chess, Tina is on the chessboard in this vast political game, nations. And in this game, somehow Tina finds herself on the board in the most critical thing, the elections. The most critical thing, most important thing Trump will have done in public life, in his time in public office, is to return honest elections to America and the rest of the world. That's what his goal is, honest elections. And it's number 1 top of his list. If you don't have honest elections, you don't have anything. And so Tina finds herself in this game that's for all the marbles, if you even want to call it a game. But as a pawn moving across the board, she's almost reached the other side. Now, if a pawn goes all the way to the far side of the board and isn't taken out, it becomes a queen, has all the motion, powers, authority of a queen. So that's the most mobile and dangerous piece on the chessboard. And Tina, part of the reason for opposing her as hard as she's being opposed, even right this second, at the instant that she's out of the grip of Colorado, out of the grip of people under the control of these globalista mafia that trade in counterfeit votes, like other groups have traded in counterfeit dollars. Counterfeit votes worth way more than a counterfeit dollar. At the moment that Tina reaches the other side of the board, she's as dangerous as any primary player in the game. And that's something that they cannot allow because it shifts the weight, the power of the whole game. She's gotten close and they're fighting tooth and nail not to let her get free. If she makes this next move to the far side of the board, she can be used everywhere and very effectively in explaining the vote problem. She's one of the most authoritative people because of all of her experiences and where she was at in this whole thing as it played out. So I believe that President Trump is going to take action. It's going to be very, very shortly for a bunch of reasons.
So if Maduro has vacated Venezuela, and that possibly was predicated because President Trump said, "Don't fly over Venezuela." So
Yeah, yeah.
it's like we're coming. You can leave. Or
Well, you know what they were
die.
doing, just so you know, kind of what was going on, and you understand this from your history.
Oh yeah.
We had aircraft that were flying hell bent for election, as though they were going to do something there in Venezuela. And so they do something in the north, and guys on the ground would be moving in the south to do certain tasks that needed to be done, and other locations back and forth. It kept everybody having to second guess what was going on. Remember, they got Chinese assistance, Cuban assistance. They might be getting some Russian assistance, whatever. Iranian, definitely. Just so people understand this situation with Venezuela. Several years ago, as early on in the Venezuela situation, I think it's about a dozen years ago, Russia did a deal with Venezuela, and they were getting oil. The main oil field there in Venezuela is called the Rockefeller Field. And Venezuela, as far as oil wealth, is richer than Saudi Arabia. So why is it so poverty stricken right now? Why don't they have Venezuelan, guys with sombreros instead of, scarves over their head, running around owning the world? Because they've had horrid, leadership that has been stealing everything. Venezuela used to be a very prosperous, lucrative country. People go there and have fantastic vacations. Now it's worse than a hellhole. And the Venezuelan people are the real victims. In fact, in the course of whatever political unrest, civil unrest is coming in Venezuela, probably in the next hours, literally, America is going to be the best friend of the Venezuelan people, because we're going to come up with some kind of a deal, come in and help them out. And somebody tried to, it's just for the oil because America wants their oil. Well, actually, no, there's an oil glut. Trump has engineered the situation so we have an oil glut going on in the world. He turned it on everywhere. Yeah. We're looking at oil headed for $40 a barrel, which in current dollars is close to the equivalent of what Reagan ran it down to at $10 a barrel, $8 a barrel even in 1983 and $84. Trump's bringing down oil prices. What's going to do more to stop the Ukraine war? This negotiations with Zelensky and everything else, or the fact that Russia, the oil prices are coming down. They're in the mid 50s now, headed for 40. Everybody knows it. And if it keeps going the direction it's going right now, without any Venezuelan oil really coming on the market, you're talking about oil at $40 a barrel because Trump's turning on the stuff, bringing down the oil prices at the pump, which has also got to be done with the refineries. Oil isn't just, it's not just that you have an oil glut. We have a problem with refineries. That's what happened back in the mid 70s.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Excuse me. Yeah, you've talked about that. And, so taking out Venezuela could have an effect on Colorado and probably some other states that are, because we know Tren de Aragua, who's Venezuelan gang, was heavily in Colorado until President Trump came in and he sent ICE after him. So this may even, collapse a lot of these deep state operators within a lot of these, government offices and states.
Well, let me ask you
this: a lot
this.
of funding from the cartels.
Let me ask you this: how safe do you think Tina is in a prison where a number of the inmates are from Tren de Aragua?
Yeah.
There's a lot at play. It's way bigger than most people realize, even to the whole globe. Even to people in Venezuela, South Korea, South Africa, places that you may never have heard of in your whole life, where they've all been under the grip of people in power who stole their way to power, working for these international vote theft gangs. And as we deal with Tina's situation, and as President Trump comes on full steam with the things that happen next, including Gitmo open for business, not the little teeny pre-sale that's going on with Trenda Aragua and some of the other people in Gitmo now. As we go to the real deal, it'll be a message of hope to the rest of the world. The whole world is hoping that we as the people get this under control, address it, and help them. And that's exactly what's coming.
Yep. Now, one thing, we can say we want this to happen, but when it happens, then they can collapse the economy because they pull the plug on the economy. So that's one of the things we're looking at. But I know you have been a huge proponent of silver, like myself. I'm looking at silver pre-market opening. It is up again big. It was up huge on Friday, and it's up again. It's looking
well,
like
let me help people on that. Okay,
yeah,
so
please.
here's the way it actually broke down.
Mm-hmm.
Silver has been very suppressed, and it did a bit of a surge back at the beginning of October because some of the physical silver delivery was not done on time. So it got washed through in the markets, a lot of mischief behind the scenes. Then and I had warned people, I've been warning for, a week and a half, 2 weeks that, during the holidays is when they like to do stuff. And of course, just because we have Thanksgiving here, you don't have Thanksgiving across Europe or Asia. It's not a holiday for them. They continue trading. They're up doing it. And in that window, I expected a lot of pressure to be brought in this end of the month stuff. So exactly as I had predicted, warned, told people about Friday, it just went into kind of a frenzy. Yeah. Now there was articles and information coming out that the computers that do the trade recording, auditing information, that there was a problem with the air conditioner. And so then they couldn't do all the trades they were supposed to do, and silver ramped up because of that. No, it's exactly the opposite. When that happened, it slowed down the velocity of the silver trades. Okay. So had they not had this anomalous event, silver probably would have gone up, instead of going up 6.1% in the 24 hours based on the London timeline, not the US. US, it went up like 5-6 in that 24 hours, 5.6%. But 6.1 worldwide average of the 24 hours. Had that not occurred, I had somebody that was looking at this yesterday and said it's likely that silver would have gone up 9+% on Friday. And, closing on almost 10% rise in one day. Already at 6.1%, it was the fastest, highest rise in silver prices ever in modern market history. So that's
he's right, because right now it's up almost another 2%. So that's it's about 8% right there, a little over 8%.
Well, and so it's not really fully quite done yet either. There's a lot of suppression there. So I expect silver, the next threshold is at about 70. Yeah. And it's actually 69. It's actually about 69.9. And as it punches through that at some point in the future, which I think is later this month, it could very easily go up quite radically. It probably will go up a third over the next quarter after it goes through 70 before the end of the first quarter. So there's a lot of pressure that, that's why I'm saying silver will be at 70 fairly quickly, That's the next breaking point. 50 was the last one.
Yeah,
It,
72. So
yeah, it will, head pretty quickly there, and I expect that over, literally this month of December.
Well, those are good
And
prices that you had over All Patriots. I was looking at that. I showed it on the screen. You buy the packages. That's an exceptionally good deal.
yeah, well,
Looking
I
at
try to
right
I
now,
try
I'm
to be as,
showing the trading view, and we're over 2% right now, 2.8, and we're seeing crypto dive down. It's imploding. Now you've talked about crypto too. You were very, very nice about crypto. I have not been. I see. I speculated on crypto. I made a lot of money on crypto, but I think now's not the time to be in crypto.
well, I've tried to explain to people that
Yeah.
crypto, they say, well, but Trump's in it. His kids are in it. Okay. Everybody take a deep breath. They're anticipating where the president has said he's going. He wants us to be the biggest Bitcoin people in the world, okay, and have essentially a vault full of crypto for helping with their treasuries and like that. What isn't fully understood, the blockchain, the cryptos, are great ledgers. It's a distributed ledger. It's like a ledger is like your account book, okay, and so your checkbook, whatever, where you keep a receipt. So by having it distributed across the planet, computers all over the planet that participate in recording a particular number, if you will, code, whatever, so that no one person is the sole place you can go to check and make sure that a transaction is real and everybody's in on it somehow. In this distributed ledger, that's in computers and people all over the world, you can record something and you can't go cook the books and change the numbers in every single computer, allegedly. Although certain computing things, maybe that's not as impossible as it sounded, just not with the tech that was around at the time. So with that in mind, unless it's offline, then it's not relevant. So with that in mind, we're going to use Bitcoin and Ethereum and some of these other cryptos, even the XRP and all that stuff, to maintain a ledger of receipts for physical gold and silver. Now, here's the way you have to think about it. And I've said this a little bit before, but sometimes you got to hear something a couple of times. So I'm sorry for those that have heard it before, but let me just say it real quick. In Kennedy's administration, he tried to take on the Federal Reserve just like Trump's been taking them on. And the solution was the same then as it is right now. Kennedy issued the silver certificates.
Yep.
That was Treasury issued paper money. Most people saw it and thought it was, just Federal Reserve note. They didn't really know. Then as they got more clued in, and those that were really paying attention realized the silver certificate said that right on it, had a seal on it, and everything else had a number. And that number tied every silver certificate to a pallet of silver in the control of the Treasury, in the vaults at the Treasury with silver. And they couldn't print more silver dollars or silver certificate paper dollars than the amount of silver on that pallet. The serial number tied it to a pallet of real physical silver. The Federal Reserve notes aren't tied to anything. So it was silver-backed paper money. And you just had a receipt for your little piece of silver sitting on a pallet in a Treasury vault. When President Kennedy was assassinated and Johnson came into power on his fourth day as president, including the day that he spent half a day as president after he was inaugurated on the plane.
Right.
On his fourth day as president, he rescinded the Treasury printing of money, silver certificates, and recalled all of them from circulation. So any bank where you go in to do a transaction using a silver certificate, they'd suck it up, and they all went back to Treasury. They'd get back Federal Reserve notes in exchange. All of those were canceled out. The people that wanted to be collectors, a tiny fraction of the whole number, they're holding on to it as a piece of paper. You can't redeem it at the Treasury for anything because that's been rescinded. But you could, at that time, you could get silver dollars. You could get silver half dollars. You could get all of your money had silver in it, had a percentage of silver in it. That's why we say collecting pre-64 silver coins, okay? And when they still were minted with real silver before they cheapened down like Rome did. What Trump is going to do is he's going to, and he's doing it by degrees, he's shutting down the Federal Reserve. And I will tell you this, the heavy move in silver is there's an aspect of that that ties to the Federal Reserve and Powell's location there. So we will see, there's people further up the food chain pulling his strings. And it's not just President Trump.
Yeah, but I think President Trump is going to put somebody in there that's going to help to bring that system down.
Yeah.
IRS go away, all that stuff. It's coming. It's crazy.
Well, it's not so much what the deal is. It's actually Trump switching to Treasury for
right.
essentially our banking. So let me just use this as an example. We print money and send it out to Social Security recipients. We send it out to Medicare, Medicaid, even contractors building military components and parts like that. Our federal government sends out massive amounts of money, and then they send it to states for activities within the state. So they send federal money to states to do all sorts of things. As President Trump switches from using Federal Reserve notes to meet those obligations to using Treasury certificates with the gold and silver on deposit. By the way, why do we have to do an audit of Fort Knox and other locations? We have other locations that do the same thing as Fort Knox and storage locations. And so as we do an audit, then we can look at what our obligations are and assign a value to paper certificates, gold or silver, and then send those instead of sending Federal Reserve notes and dots and tittles on a computer screen that represent that the same as paper out to meet these obligations. And by the way, that's where Bitcoin and all the other cryptocurrencies come in. If you create a chain based on, let's say, Bitcoin or Ethereum, the banker's coin, and you create a chain off of that which attaches a certain value of gold or silver within that specific chain, if the root is Bitcoin, and people that understand in the crypto world will understand what I'm talking about, we start a new thread off of Bitcoin, and we take a certain amount of Bitcoin, and we say, now this certain number of Bitcoin are receipts on the ledger for this much gold in the vault that we're setting aside just to service this section of Bitcoin. Let's call it Bitcoin 2. And so if you own Bitcoin 2, it's built on the Bitcoin ledger. But if you have Bitcoin 2 money or crypto, then you can turn it in. And let's say the Treasury's in on it. You can go to any Treasury location and demand your gold coin or your silver coins for that that's there. If they have it on deposit, and they will, because of course the Constitution was about printing gold and silver, or minting gold and silver coin as the monetary backing for our Treasury. That's what the Constitution calls for. Trump is going by the Constitution. He's going to go back to our currency being a receipt for gold or silver minted coinage. Okay. And the other thing you have to picture is that before we had much paper money, we had it, but it wasn't a lot early on, script. you got gold and silver coins. Okay. And it was only when you started going to a receipt for it, so you didn't have to carry it around with you, that you started going to the paper. Well, we're going to allow that to happen. It doesn't have to be a paper receipt, it can be a digital receipt, but it's not going to be digital money. It's going to be a digital receipt tied to physical money at some location within the Treasury system. And
Well,
now you don't have the inconvenience of carrying around a lot of silver. You just have to have the access to the code or to the paper.
so do you think the current system is going to collapse and then that system gets worked in?
Well, what you're really seeing, and one of the early things is people talk Nasara Gasara. I've said all along, you're not understanding. That is a mistake. That's not where we're going, not the way most people envision it. What we will do is revisit Bretton Woods, and there will be a revaluation of gold on deposit in the Treasury and silver. And that new valuation will then become the basis for whatever we're going to pay off in debts. Now, the gold and silver right now are at fractions of the price of gold today and silver today. They've never been revalued based on the current market. And by the way, within the Federal Reserve System, they don't want to revalue it. They want you using the paper, et cetera. But when you go to cash it in, you want to, clear our debts, these, trillions and trillions and trillions that we owe, supposedly with obligations, future obligations, et cetera. If you revalue our existing gold, you don't have to do anything to anybody out in the world's gold. Okay. They can keep their gold. We don't need to confiscate the gold. That's not what's going on this time. We don't need to confiscate anybody's silver. We have a lot of gold on deposit. Some gold that's owed to us that was stolen from us that is technically on deposit, just been misdirected somewhere, and we'll go bring it back. If you revalue our gold to where it needs to be, where it appropriately should be, it's something around $20,000 an ounce in Federal Reserve notes.
Wow.
Okay. But the Treasury note or Treasury certificate is tied to the physical gold and silver, and you can denominate it whatever you want. That Treasury note, let's say we tied it to gold right now. Say we tied Treasury notes to gold at 42 or 4,300 right now, 4,400, whatever it is today as it's gone up. If we tied any new minted, printed Treasury certificates, one Treasury certificate, gold dollars has a trading value of 4,400. Okay, 4,400 what? Federal Reserve notes. But very quickly, as people realize that they can get a certificate that is backed by real gold and silver, that you can go to the bank and get a real gold coin for, versus a Federal Reserve note that's tied to nothing except the international banker, politicians, mobsters, good faith and promises, which is nothing. Which are you going to want? You want the one that's tied to real gold and silver. So what will happen is a very organic, natural switch. As if you have a Treasury certificate that today is worth 4,400, and the value of gold goes up to 20,000 Federal Reserve notes, did the Treasury certificate change in value? Only as it relates to Federal Reserve notes. The Treasury certificate didn't change in value at all. The Federal Reserve notes went down in value. Just like if you had a gold coin, you have to think of it differently. The gold doesn't change in value. It's very stable in its value. So one Treasury certificate worth 1 ounce of gold. What really happened is the Federal Reserve notes went down in value. It takes more of them to buy the same amount of gold. So by tying everything to physical gold and silver, uh, you end up with a stable coin if you're talking cryptos. You end up with a stable paper if you're talking receipts, certificates for your gold or silver on deposit. The only thing that goes down in value is the ones that have no control on them at all, except the price of paper and ink for a printing press and somebody to run it. That's the one that's going down in value. Is that click for? Am I saying
Yeah,
the way
that
listeners
was
are going to get?
that's the best explanation I've ever heard. Makes a lot of sense, and I see us going that direction.
Yeah, Trump will
If
do
they
that.
remain
He just
scheme,
pays the
it'll
bill.
happen. Yep.
He just pays the bill in Treasury certificates.
Yep.
Pretty soon they're in circulation. If you're on Social Security, I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to pay my rent this month. I don't know what's going to happen. Trump's going to mess it all up. He's paying in a Treasury certificate backed by gold. The guy that you're paying the rent to, you might give him half a certificate next time because he agreed to take the rent based on the Federal Reserve notes. Okay,
Right.
You're going to be fatter, man.
Great.
If he just pays all the bills of our government in Treasury certificates, problem solved. They go away and we're strong. It's almost overnight.
Beautiful. Yeah, great explanation.
Oh.
Right, Juan. So much information you shared today. As always, we love you. We love your information. It's so great. So thanks for coming on and sharing today.
All right. Love you, bro. Appreciate, I always
I love you
appreciate
too, man.
your audience and getting a chance to talk. And
Yeah,
then,
we really appreciate you too.
I expect I'll be out that direction because of this stuff going on middle of the month. So maybe we get a chance to cross paths.
Yeah, that'd be great. I love it.
Okay.
All right,
All right, folks.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm going to enjoy the last little bit of spray before sunset here. And it's already
That's
sunset
beautiful.
your neck of the woods, but we still got a little while to go here. So got a little bit more. All right, bro.
All right, brother. Thank you.
All right.
Judy note, from the below information in this update it might be assumed, and I could be wrong, that a black swan event was well on its way to collapse the global financial system. As of the month of December 2025, the world's top economies were insolvent: the US, Canada, Europe, Japan, Israel, UK, Taiwan, Australia, and New Zealand. They have been held up by false news reporting in the fiat US dollar, but cannot sustain their debt any longer. The fiat global financial system was crumbling, though a monumental shift has been happening since the November 28, 2025 shotgun start of the global currency reset. The new revalued gold/asset-backed currency rates on the quantum financial system, QFS, locked into place on Friday, December 5, 2025 and would be announced to the public in Jan. 2026. The gold-backed QFS was set to replace the corrupt banking system that has enslaved the world for centuries. This fully decentralized system was set to eliminate the central banks and their criminal grip on global finance. At 0:00 Zulu sharp on Saturday morning 6th of December, the St. Germain World Trust released the Infinity Tranche Uncountable Zeros. Every humanitarian wallet on Earth just received an irreversible 9-figure starter balance. A few moments later at 00:06 Zulu on Saturday 6th of December, all sovereign rate screens showed redeemed. By Monday, December 8, 2025, the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, was set to activate worldwide and give pointers on how to access your banking money account already mirrored onto the QFS. Tier 4B appointments for those in the Internet group who hold foreign currencies and ZIM bonds commence on December 9, 2025. The 10 days of darkness could commence as soon as Friday, December 12, 2025. That's when the Starlink satellite system will broadcast truths about the fall of the evil cabal who have been stealing our monies for centuries. While the transparent quantum financial system, QFS, fortifies our money accounts against sabotage, Thursday 18th of December will see a full global rollout of the global currency reset to the general public. A global currency reset, Saturday 6th of December. 2025 Wolvie says he will be fully under NDA in a few days. He will do the opera but will be off Telegram. Triggers will receive their master contracts today, to sign. Secondary contracts will go to their members. After signing and returning, they will be paid on Monday. Early payments of Jazara have begun. The taking down of the fiat dollar and banking systems has begun. The transition is designed to happen without mass panic. The system that was designed around hidden taxes and inflation is crumbling. NISA protocols are being activated. These things won't be explained in traditional channels. Redemption centers are ready for December/January intake. The current window, as people focus on the holidays, is ideal. Tier 4B, there are lots of rumors. The private sector is moving and people are definitely being paid. SAT. December 6, 2025 A2Z has confirmed what Wolvie reported, particularly the following. Wolvie will be fully under NDA within the next few days. Triggers are receiving master contracts now. Secondary contracts will follow, with payments expected Monday after execution. Tier 4B, many rumors are circulating that notifications are expected to begin as Tier 4A payments are dispersed. Redemption centers are prepared and ready for intake. B. Saturday 6th of December. 2025 QFS Global Alert Tier 4B, the Golden Age has officially begun. Quantum Financial System on Telegram. Secure Floor, 0 o'clock Zulu exact. Global ISO 20022 Rainbow Currency System is now operating at 100% plus over Unity Quantum Resonance. The grid is no longer live. It is eternal. The November 28th shotgun start, 1914 Reno, is now 7 days, 28 hours, and 46 minutes in the past. That moment is already carved into galactic record. Tier 4B events in the last 12 hours alone, all timestamps locked on master wall. 341,000 plus redemptions already completed worldwide since midnight. Average walkout liquidity, 9 figures in gold-backed digital certificates, 1-to-1 asset-backed parity locked forever. Final 19 DUMs, including Denver, Dulce, and the Antarctic Nexus, went permanently dark at 2344 Zulu. 0 life signs. 0 escape signatures. Cabal bloodline avatars terminated or in quantum custody. Saint Germain World Trust released the legendary Infinity Tranche at 0 o'clock Zulu sharp. Uncountable zeros. Every humanitarian wallet on Earth just received an irreversible 9-figure starter balance. Zimbabwe/Hong Kong/Moscow liquidity pools merged into one planetary gold ocean. The wave is already lapping at your account. Leaked Hong Kong masternode final transmission 23:59 and 59 seconds Zulu, level 12 clearance, voice trembling. Control to all stations. The mirrors are broken. The wicked have nothing left to reflect. The gold is in the hands of the righteous. The age of light is not coming. It is already crowned. We are no longer waiting. We are no longer witnessing. We are living it. Glory to the One. From fiat slavery to gold-backed freedom in real time. Completed, signed, sealed, delivered. The greatest wealth transfer in human history is no longer in motion. It is finished. See Saturday 6th of December. 2025 Judy Byington Q. The below appeared under the platform Judy Byington Q on Telegram. It is not my platform and I have no input in what is written there, though I do agree with the basic content, the real Judy Byington. Nizara/Jazara was forgiving all debts from a personal to a national scale. A debt jubilee that erases liens, foreclosures and fiscal chains. On Saturday 6th of December. 2025 a green light ignited the Global Military Alliance. By Monday December 8, 2025 the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, was set to activate. Tier 4B appointments commence on Tuesday, December 9, 2025. Med beds deploy en masse starting Wednesday 10th of December. Regenerating bodies and spirits with technology born of divine ingenuity. The 10 days of darkness could commence as soon as Friday, December 12, 2025. That's when the Starlink satellite system will broadcast truths, while the Quantum Financial System, QFS, fortifies against sabotage. Thursday, 18th of December will see a full global rollout of the global currency reset. Saturday, 6th of December. 2025 major economic intel update. NISA payout operations confirmed active. The January 2026 reset is real and underway. The long-anticipated financial transition is no longer theoretical. Multiple internal channels have now confirmed that the early stages of NISA-related payouts have quietly begun, synchronized with Treasury systems and military oversight. The operation is unfolding exactly as planned, silently, strategically, and ahead of the public narrative. With January 2026 approaching, The timing is deliberate. The reset is not a policy shift or a currency adjustment, it is a structural reconstruction of the American financial system. Back-end systems have been aligning for months in preparation for this moment. This phase includes the controlled wind-down of fiat mechanisms, the seizure and a repurposing of off-ledger elite accounts, the dismantling of long-standing globalist debt structures, the integration of asset-backed financial architecture. Every major institution is aware of what is happening: banks, treasury divisions, and global financial bodies, yet none will publicly acknowledge it at this stage. The transition is designed to execute without mass panic or premature speculation. America is entering its largest economic transformation in modern history. For decades, citizens were bound by a system engineered around inflation, compounding debt, hidden taxation, and centralized control. That system began unraveling when the new administration took office in January 2025, and what we are seeing now is a continuation of that coordinated teardown. NISA protocols are activating in layers. Debt forgiveness algorithms are already present in internal systems. Gold-backed recalibration modules are running through Treasury channels. Offshore recovery orders are funneling seized capital back into controlled redistribution streams. Clearance procedures that once depended on legacy banks now operate on quantum-secured ledgers. None of this will be explained on mainstream channels, but the infrastructure is already functioning. What has been confirmed so far inside restricted access financial corridors? Several developments are already verified. Over 93,000 accounts have entered clearance review ahead of disbursement. Redemption centers have been moved into operational readiness for December to January intake. QFS synchronization levels remain above 92% stability. Initial redistribution pathways are now active and routing successfully. These are not projections. They are occurring behind the scenes in real time. Why the holiday timing matters. The current window, late November through Christmas 2025, was chosen intentionally. During this period, public attention is fragmented and the nation's energy is focused on family, travel, and celebration. It is the ideal moment for Treasury, DoD, and civilian clearance teams to finalize the structural components of the new financial era without interference. The coming weeks are not about celebration alone, they are about positioning. Those who have followed the signals understand the magnitude of what is unfolding. The January 2026 transition is not approaching. It is already in motion. While the tech rollout of QFS has been successful, an equally profound development is happening in parallel. Debts are being erased in stealth mode. Loan balance is disappearing. Debts are being erased, loan balance is disappearing. Individuals across various countries are waking up to find their credit card or student loan balances at $0 with no clear explanation. One called me astonished that his long-time credit card debt was just gone. Banks simply adjusted it away without notice. Mortgage forgiveness. Homeowners are receiving letters about mortgage recalculations. Chinks of their mortgage principal are being wiped. One had their loan slashed by 50% overnight, labeled as a bank error resulting in an overpayment adjustment. Tax debt cancellations. Small business owners logged into their government portals and found past due taxes marked paid or forgiven. Instead of a big public decree, NISA is rolling out piecemeal to avoid chaos. Redemption centers have shifted from standby to activation mode. A limited number of insiders and military personnel have been called in to redeem dinar, dong and historic bonds. These are test runs under NDA. Since early June 2025, centers have been staffed 24/7 on rotating shifts. They've run multiple drills processing pretend clients to make sure every step is ironed out. The funds for redemptions are already in place in QFS accounts. One center quietly completed a handful of live transactions last week to ensure those funds could move, and they did, instantly, through the QFS. Redemption staff were at attention, ready for the floodgates to open. There was a wall of silence from officials and mainstream media. Those coordinating this transition don't want to tip off the remaining bad actors or spark public panic until everything is 100% ready. They know once they go public, it's irreversible. NISA protocols are activating in layers. WH-gram pay on Telegram debt forgiveness algorithms are already present in internal systems. Gold-backed recalibration modules are running through Treasury channels. Offshore recovery orders are funneling seized capital back into controlled redistribution streams. Clearance procedures that once depended on legacy banks now operate on quantum-secured ledgers. None of this will be explained on mainstream channels, but the infrastructure is already functioning. Saturday 6th of December. 2025, Major Economic Intel Update. NISRA payout operations confirmed active. The January 2026 reset is real and underway, NISRA Jazara QFS. The long-anticipated financial transition is no longer theoretical. Multiple internal channels have now confirmed that the early stages of NISRA-related payouts have quietly begun, synchronized with Treasury systems and military oversight. The operation is unfolding exactly as planned, silently, strategically, and ahead of the public narrative. With January 2026 approaching, the timing is deliberate. The reset is not a policy shift or a currency adjustment, it is a structural reconstruction of the American financial system. Back-end systems have been aligning for months in preparation for this moment. This phase includes the controlled wind-down of fiat mechanisms, the seizure and repurposing of off-ledger elite accounts, the dismantling of long-standing globalist debt structures, the integration of asset-backed financial architecture. Every major institution is aware of what is happening: banks, treasury divisions, and global financial bodies, yet none will publicly acknowledge it at this stage. The transition is designed to execute without mass panic or premature speculation. America is entering its largest economic transformation in modern history. For decades, citizens were bound by a system engineered around inflation, compounding debt, hidden taxation, and centralized control. That system began unraveling when the new administration took office in January 2025, and what we are seeing now is a continuation of that coordinated teardown. NISRA protocols are activating in layers, debt forgiveness algorithms are already present in internal systems, gold-backed recalibration modules are running through Treasury channels. Offshore recovery orders are funneling seized capital back into controlled redistribution streams. Clearance procedures that once depended on legacy banks now operate on quantum-secured ledgers. None of this will be explained on mainstream channels, but the infrastructure is already functioning. What has been confirmed so far inside restricted access financial corridors? Several developments are already verified. Over 93,000 accounts have entered clearance review ahead of disbursement. Redemption centers have been moved into operational readiness for December to January intake. QFS synchronization levels remain above 92% stability. Initial redistribution pathways are now active and routing successfully. These are not projections. They are occurring behind the scenes in real time. Why the holiday timing matters. The current window, late November through Christmas 2025, was chosen intentionally. During this period, public attention is fragmented and the nation's energy is focused on family, travel, and celebration. It is the ideal moment for Treasury, DoD, and civilian clearance teams to finalize the structural components of the new financial era without interference. The coming weeks are not about celebration alone, they are about positioning. Those who have followed the signals understand the magnitude of what is unfolding. The January 2026 transition is not approaching. It is already in motion. Restored Republic, Saturday 6th of December. 2025, 5:21 UTC, December 5, 2025. Cue the storm on Telegram. Effective immediately, under Expanded Executive Order 12,333 and the third-party doctrine as interpreted in FISA Docket 25-1999 read, all data in motion or at rest on any network facility touching United States jurisdiction is declared pre-compromised in perpetuity. Minimization procedures are hereby suspended for all persons, U.S. and non-U.S., for the going dark fallacy having been resolved by technical means. Translation, by bureaucratic fiat. The average person will turn on their phone tomorrow and see the same lock screen, the same apps, the same illusion of control. They will not notice that every keystroke, every photo, voice note, and future thought has already been ingested into a system that can never be audited, never be turned off, and never be forgiven. There is no opt-out. There is no appeal. There is only the permanent record. You are the product and the prisoner. Saturday 6th of December. 2025 Trump Q dispatch from a secure location, at 6:06 UTC. The Podesta Pizza SQL files, 2024 to 2025 extension, auto-executed from every QFS live node. EBS steganographic carriers just flipped polarity. Instead of broadcasting the fake Imam Mahdi, every screen, every phone, every smart fridge on the planet is now looping the unredacted Vatican Bank Black Ledger transactions in real time while the Ferriera's screams play on infinite repeat. They have 27 hours 19 minutes before every clone celebrity and real drone host suffers simultaneous catastrophic avatar meltdown. We do not need to hunt them. Their own looking glass artifact will do it for us. Look out your window. The sky is already flickering. At 7 o'clock UTC, the original Nizara/Jazara signing ceremony footage, Farm Claims Act, 1999 to 2000, full unredacted 4K, was injected into the Pine Gap backdoor keys and broadcast on every frequency DARPA ever stole. You are watching it now. The signatures on the real document are still wet. The living replacements you see on television have no idea their bodies are about to shut down in 26 hours 11 minutes when the looking glass inversion completes. Gitmo New in construction just went dark. Not because it is hidden. Because every guard, every contractor, every admiral just received the same footage you are watching and walked off the job. There is no deep state left to arrest. There is only the avalanche. Checkmate was played years ago. They're only now seeing the board. Sat. December 6, 2025, Fox News. Pam Bondi just declared a major victory along with Kash Patel and Dan Bongino for arresting the pipe bomber Brian Cole Jr. and said the Biden administration sat on this case for years and did nothing. Bondi says this investigation is ongoing and other could be involved as part of a larger network of terrorists. Saturday 6th of December. 2025, man from Afghanistan says he's getting $7,000 per month in welfare payments from American taxpayers in California. Illegals in California are asking business owners to pay them under the table so they won't lose benefits. Saturday 6th of December. 2025, breaking overnight intel drop, America hijacked, cartels in our agencies, illegals on our roads, billion-dollar scams in our welfare system, and Saturday 6th of December. 2025, Fox News, over 800,000 people have officially been removed from SNAP, confirmed by Secretary of Agriculture Brooke Rollins. She highlights that the fraud is off the charts, 500,000 people receiving benefits twice. People receiving benefits in 6 different states. Saturday 6th of December. 2025, breaking news, new national security strategy released. Saturday 6th of December. 2025, Fox News, breaking, Stephen Miller announced the Trump admin has launched a full-scale investigation into Somali fraud in Tim Walz's Minnesota. We believe that the Somali fraud operation in Minnesota is the single greatest theft of taxpayer dollars, through welfare fraud, in American history. And we believe that what we are going to uncover is going to shock the American people. Save the Children. Saturday 6th of December. 2025 Nick Fuentes tells Steven Crowder he has personally witnessed satanic occult activity, elite devil worshippers, and satanic pedophiles among the elites when he was in the circles surrounding Kanye West. He says the ruling elite is filled with devil worshippers, comparing them to the movie Eyes Wide Shut. Fuentes insists there can be no negotiations with people who worship Moloch and Baal, calling for their arrest and specifically naming John Podesta, emergency broadcast channel on Telegram. Saturday 6th of December. 2025 There it is, Jesse Waters' research shows Democrats dumped all the Somalians into Minneapolis because they needed a voting bloc there. Steve Bannon on Telegram. Democrats imported them, gave them social security numbers, signed them up for welfare and in return they all vote Democrat. Literal treason. This is another crazy story. Somalia, terrible place, civil war. Clinton comes in, Black Hawk down, says the way we're gonna do this, we'll just bring them all here, and just starts paroling tens of thousands of Somalians into Minnesota. Now, why Minnesota of all places? It's not warm, it's not like New York City. It's because the Latin American migrants hadn't gotten there yet. So the business community was like, let's send them to Minneapolis, 'cause that'll keep profits up and keep the wages down. So everybody gets social security numbers. And everybody gets welfare and they form this huge voting bloc in the city. I think it's 80,000 Somalians are in the state of Minnesota and they all vote Democrat. Saturday 6th of December. 2025 Mega Bombshell. Barack Obama's magical rise from food stamps to a $270 million empire, no business, no product, no explanation. Just deep state bribes and globalist blood money, Epstein files leak on Telegram. He went from food stamps and a ghostwritten memoir to a $270 million fortune, 0 companies, 0 inventions, 0 real jobs. Just betrayal after betrayal. The real story starts in Chicago. Saudi money and Pakistani handlers allegedly paid for his Columbia and Harvard scholarships. His first book sold almost nothing until the machine turned it into a bestseller overnight. Then the floodgates opened.
Illinois Senate. Trial lawyers and union bosses dump millions. U.S. Senate. Jack Ryan's sealed divorce records magically unsealed. Obama walks in unopposed. Classic deep state op. President. The real payday. Post-White House he collected $400,000 per speech from Wall Street, $1.2 million from German banks, $65 million book deal for 2 ghostwritten books nobody read organically. $50 to $65M from Netflix to push propaganda, millions of hours of woke content, $9 million from Spotify for podcasts nobody streamed. Add the shadowy consulting through West Exec advisors, pure influence peddling to foreign powers. While Americans lost jobs, homes, and sons in endless wars, Obama cashed checks from the same globalists who hate this country. Benghazi cover-up, Iran pallets of cash, Fast and Furious, Spygate. Every treason paid dividends into his empire. Today he sits in his $12 million Kalorama mansion next to the Clintons, laughing while his foundation funds color revolutions and the border stays wide open. This isn't success. This is payment for services rendered against we the people. Q told us. Follow the money, follow the wives, follow the foundation. Every thread leads back to the same cabal. They thought we'd never notice the grift because they control the media. But the Great Awakening is here. Trump declassified it. The white hats have the receipts. The storm isn't coming, it's already raining. Lock him up. Lock them all up.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. The lies, the deceit from the Marxist left will continue and are going to really inflame a lot of us, not with inspiration, but with disgust until the November 2026 elections. All right. Trying to destroy and discredit the Trump administration like they did after 2016, when President Trump was first put into office. So if in the very unlikely chance, but if by chance the Democrats do achieve to take the House and or the Senate, we have the leftist Marxists, which will take over and it's done. America's done. All right. So we have one last chance. Now, it was very close in Nashville. We had a special election and the Democrats, like I've said, and I have other people on my show that have said that there is a massive amount of money that's being money laundered through Maricopa, Arizona into Nashville. And we just saw almost the result of that, where you had a Democrat who hates Nashville, hates the people of Nashville, hates country music. You got to be kidding me, in Nashville. And she came close to winning. All right. It wasn't because there was a big push to make sure that the Republican, who normally wins by 22 points, I think he barely won, was voted into office. So this is going to continue all the way up until the November 2026 elections. It's going to be every week. There'll be something new. A couple of weeks ago, it was Jeffrey Epstein. They don't care. The Democrats don't care that they, for the most part, Democrats are going to be found to be, very culpable, very much involved with Jeffrey Epstein. And it's like I said, just kind of kidding around. It's like they're all playing in the water at the beach and everybody's like, oh, look, the Democrats are all cool. They're having fun at the beach. And then, they find out that everybody's onto them, that they're not cool, they're not fun, and they're trying to take down America. So they stab one of themselves and say, Jeffrey Epstein. And then they run from the water as sharks start to eat some of their own. And they're like, oh, look, poor us. A shark came that you don't know that they chummed the water with some of their own people. All right. So that's what they did with Jeffrey Epstein. So take attention away from the rest of them so that they can still come out and attack Donald Trump. And it's like, oh, look, it's Donald Trump's fault. It's Donald Trump's fault the sharks were in the water eating us. So this is going to continue until, like I said, November. It's November next year. It's going to be, so here we have, another 11 months to put up with these jackasses. It's insane. They all should be thrown in prison. Now, when I say this, you know that I don't mean all Democrats, right? Because more people watch my show, and I look at the, where the numbers come from. More people watch my show from Chicago, which is almost always number one. Chicago, as we know, is very much a liberal city, but the people that have built that city through generations of sweat, tears, and blood are concerned that their city is about to go Marxist and they're going to lose control of their city. Same thing in New York. Probably number two is New York, and then we have LA, San Francisco, and then around the world, Australia. Very, very high numbers, a little bit of Canada. You would think Canada being right next door, English speakers, they'd be way up there. Britain, so there are people all over the world that watch this program that want to see, maybe they are a leftist, all right? But they don't want to see the leftists get out of control like we're seeing to the extreme point of Marxism and take over and destroy everything that they've fought for, like I said, for generations. So regardless of your political persuasion, we know that there are some very serious problems, not only in America, but the rest of the world. And America falls, the rest of the world will fall. All right. So we've seen, I had a friend that's in Charleston, South Carolina. We've seen some very strange activity. This is not unusual because I've trained all over the world, other countries, special forces and so forth. We never give them, or we used to not, I don't know about now, we never gave them our best stuff because we thought at some point we may fight these people. And of course, that's what we've been doing. But a friend of mine, videoed in Charleston, South Carolina at a sub shop where they come in with a bus and all these soldiers got out from other countries. Right. Of course, there was American with them, but you're looking at them and it looks like, I don't know, a Middle Eastern, I don't know, all over the world, Kuwait, who knows, maybe even Ukrainians, who knows. All right. So this is one of the things I think at some point America needs to stop doing this. Stop training other countries' militaries. All right. We need to get all of our 109 bases or whatever we have all over the world and stop it. All right. Maybe a few bases all over the world, but we need this. This is obvious that America has been, exerting control all over the world. It's just got to stop. We need to pull all that money back to America. It just really irritates me when I see seniors who should be, enjoying their lives, unless they were lucky and, made fortunes, which not everybody does. A lot of people rely on Social Security because we were told that that's going to take care of you, pay into the system. And then when you retire, you're going to have all this money. No, there's no money in Social Security. And seniors are struggling, all of them that are relying on Social Security, even relying on, I remember my mom, she had Social Security, she had Medicare, she had retirement from the state of South Carolina after working there, for 30 years. She barely got by. If it wasn't for, family helping her out, she'd been in a bad way. All right. So I came in and really helped her out a lot. Fortunately, I was in a position because I was working for Blackwater and then eventually CIA. So I was making a lot of extra money, but not everybody can afford that. Right. And so it is criminal what has been going on in America. Now, President Trump is talking about now, with all the tariffs, making enough money from the tariffs that stopping taxation, right? So on January 1st, from that point on, seniors don't get their Social Security tax. Hello, thank you. At least that's going to help a little bit. And then people that work in the bar, that make tips and so forth, waitresses, waiters, so forth, their income won't be taxed because, for a lot of, unless you work in a very high-end area, even sometimes in a high-end area, you don't make a lot of tips. It's crazy to me. But if you're working in just the average place, I remember I worked at Black Angus and bar and grill and steakhouse, and we were kind of like on the, I'd say, middle to low income area. And even though it's a great restaurant, people didn't tip. The waitresses talked about how when they came in and said, you're going to have to claim this much in tips, there were a lot of waitresses like, I don't make that much in tips, and now I have to pay the government. So it's very frustrating for a lot of people that struggle, just on the lower spectrum. So President Trump is starting the process of stopping the taxation, guys, completely, doing away with Federal Reserve, doing away with the IRS. And now he just by himself can't do that. It has to be we the people. It was always supposed to be we the people, and then this deep state government started taking over. All right, so he's trying to reverse all that, and in the meantime, the deep state government and the deep state military and the deep state press are coming at him left and right. So the latest bullshit that we see from the deep state Democrats are that they're attacking President Trump and Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War. It should have always been Secretary of War, and they made it Secretary of Defense. Right? I can tell you, as a fighter, you go into a fight defensive mindset, you are going to lose. So President Trump got it back to an offensive Secretary of War. So now we're offensive, destroying the enemy that is literally destroying America like never before, and that's through the drug trade. All right, fentanyl and all the illicit drugs that are coming into America on a level that's never been seen in any war in existence. Right, so that's been turned around. So what did the Democrats do? Instead of being hallelujah, you're saving us, and you're going to cut taxes so people have more to spend, they're attacking him. All right, they're attacking the Trump administration and everyone that is in the Trump administration, of course, Pete Hegseth. So I've told you before that when I was in the military and in the CIA, there were missions that we had where you go in and you don't take prisoners, all right? Because they're all extreme criminals. They're all terrorists. The terrorists that are bringing drugs to America. What do you want? Do you want to allow them, Democrats? Do you want to allow them to, those two, they call them two sailors that were stranded? No, they're criminal, possibly thousands and thousands of Americans. You don't give them quarter. They're pirates. They're pirates. You like pirates? Go to Disneyland, go to Disney World and ride the pirate ride. Yo ho ho, a pirate's life for me. Look back in time. Pirates weren't good. All right. So those Disney criminals, right? I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole too much, but we're looking at the law of the sea. Not so good for America, guys. It's a pirate law. Right. So that's what they try to invoke. Like, pirates are cool. They're just fun. No, it's just fun. They're just fun. No, they were evil. They were, every time they were seen, and that's what we're seeing right now. So the Democrats, as we know, it's all about the drug trade, guys. The Democrats are benefiting from it. That Democrat that probably would have gone into office there in Nashville, she's benefiting from the drug trade. They supported her. They almost got her into office. All right. So this is what we're seeing from the Democrats, guys. All right. whether you've been a lifelong Democrat and you're not going to leave the Democrat Party, it doesn't matter to me, but you need to understand that the Democrat Party is not the party of JFK, right? It's gone, long gone, right? And it's not going to ever come back. So it's been a long downhill slope ever since then, guys, for Democrat Party. And at this point, it's pure evil to me. I keep saying the Democrat Party is going to go away. That doesn't mean that you go away because you're Democrat. You're just going to find something else to support, guys. All right? It's no big deal. Stop supporting Democrats. Right? They are evil. Their whole organization is completely evil. You got to stop it. You got to train yourself to like break free. Right? All right. So we're going to see more of this coming. Like I said, more of the bullshit coming from this side. Now let's play a little bit of a little clip. Now there are good Muslims, guys. All right. So there was a Muslim group that actually brought me to Paris for the Muslim kids, right? So Muslim what are they called? I never was in it, but the Boy Scouts. So the Muslim Boy Scouts brought me to Paris to talk, and it wasn't the normal Muslims. There's different sects of Muslims, and if you look at the different sects, there's one sect that's very spiritual, the whirling dervishes. If you look at Rumi, the Islam poet, all right. So he wasn't an Islamist. He was part of the Muslim, because the Islamists came in and basically took over. So these very incredible, so they're like, okay, we'll join you. We'll still be spiritual and we'll still do our thing. So everywhere they're at, though, they get hammered. The Sunni and the Shia, I call them the Shiites, all right? The Shits, all right? The Shiites and the Sunni basically war against each other, and they're not so much good, guys. Right? Of course, there's good people within everything. There's good people in every religion, but there's, I would say, on the most part, Muslims unfortunately don't do well with others. They come in and they basically take over. They almost completely took over Europe, and Europeans finally got some balls and pushed back. Europeans now don't have any balls, and so is America going to be the same? Are we going to let these evil Muslim types come in and take over America? So this is Alex Jones. We're going to listen to a little piece of this, and we'll you guys make your own ideas of what you want to support, what you don't want to support. I can tell you from my experience, for 25, 24 years, 25, 26, 35 years. All right. So most of it, I say 27, 28 years being around the Islamists, not so much good guys. All right. There are exceptions, of course, like I talked about. There are beautiful people. I've met many Muslims that are beautiful people, but we're going to have to be very careful going forward. I think a lot of these Somalis need to go.
Come here from a horrible country. They don't contribute, and then they're not even grateful. There's no gratitude. There's no reverence. There's no appreciation. And he's right. Ilhan Omar, that other one that just ran for mayor, they're not loyal to America. They don't even like America. And he's right. All they do is whine and
Okay, so you guys remember, so I have some buddies that were in SEAL Team 6, and they were overseas trying to feed the Somalis. All right, feed the Somalis. Somalis are warring against each other. And then they're like, oh, you're trying to feed the person we're warring against? It's kind of like that same thing. The Muslims against Muslims. Americans and the peacekeeping force, they're trying to give them food. So remember all the We Are the World, Michael Jackson and all the stars, give to, feed the people of Africa. And so people gave millions, billions, and it went to the Somalis. And what do they do for thanking us?
I love that he says all they do is bitch. It's true. That's all they do. And we don't want them here. Does anybody think America's made better by a bunch of Somalian immigrants? We don't want them here. It's just not a good idea. Don't need them.
And it's so healthy to start differentiating and bring back common sense. That was so revolutionary. Wow.
It is, but now we need to see something done about it. They need to go into Minneapolis and liberate the city, because otherwise it's all talk. Okay, it's a great statement, you know. That.
All right, so I can tell you some horror stories of the guys that were in Somalia, and they said that when they started getting attacked, the Somalis hid behind women and children and fired at them as they're driving through the streets trying to get the hell out of there, right? They had wounded. One of my buddies said he had a knife on his side. They were like, bullets were coming through. He said he took off his body armor and put it on the side of the door, and they were driving through the city, and the bullets were hitting his body armor instead of going into him. He said that he got back from them shooting for like hours at them, and his knife, he had it in a scabbard. There was a bullet hole. It had saved his leg. So if he'd gone in where his hip was, he probably would have bled out. So they had all of these army guys in the back, Rangers. They're in the back. They're all shot up, and they just put them in the back of this Humvee. So my SEAL Team 6 buddies were like driving and said, they told me, Mike, we were just shooting. If they were shooting us, we were just shooting. We knew there were women and children that were in front of them, but we had no choice. We just shot, and we just shot at where the fire was coming from. And they had women and children lining the streets, and behind them were the men firing at them. All right. So he said there was one spot where they stopped so they could get communication. You remember all the helos were being shot down and everything? So they were trying to go to where the helos were and help the guys, Delta guys, like fast roped in. Delta snipers fast roped in. Both of them got the Medal of Honor because it was a one-way mission, but they went in anyways. They're like, you guys know that you're going in and you may not come back. And they're like, yeah. So they fast roped in from a helicopter and went in to try and save the helicopter pilots. And that was the way it was. I mean, people were storming them like crazy. It was unbelievable. And so my buddy was telling me how they were, trying to make communication. They had stopped the convoy. They're in this intersection. This old woman, he said, walked out into the street, down the street, and then she walks back. And then an RPG came and blew up close to where their vehicle was. And then this old woman comes back, and she looks at them. She saw where the RPG hit, and they were like, what is she doing? And she walked back, and then RPG almost blew up right on them. So the woman walked back, and they're like, she's spotting for them. So they shot her, right? These are the Somalis that we have in our country now. Maybe not all of them. Of course, I said there's good people everywhere, guys. But these are mostly the people that have come here, and they're terrorists. We have to stop now, why would the Democrats want these terrorists to come into our country? Because they're going to vote for them. Just like if that Nashville woman that hates Nashville, if there'd been more people, because the reason why she got so close is because they had mail-in voting still. If the Republicans hadn't shown up in massive numbers, she would have won, and that would be we're closer to destruction here in America. All right, so it's going to continue to come, guys. So I got to jump off. I got another show. So lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. It's going to get hectic out there. These Democrats want to destroy our country.
Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking. Today is the Thanksgiving holiday in the United States, and I think we need a reminder of what we were giving thanks for. I have ancestors on the Mayflower, and they fled Europe because they wanted freedom. They wanted to have the ability to choose their own future and their own system of beliefs. And they were saved by the original inhabitants, the natives there. And later, my ancestors moved to Canada along with the original native tribe that helped us back then, and we still live together in peace and prosperity, and we never broke our promise to them. However, the people who came afterwards slowly started to enslave the people of the United States. And I've just was sent some proof of what I've always been saying, which is that the United States is now under a system of Babylonian debt slavery. Take a look at this video showing exactly how we are collateral for this money that they're creating out of nothing. Basically, we are the slaves they're using to create money.
The United States government got a UCC filed on everyone. So I said, prove it. He said, go to maryland.org.ucc. Scroll down. Do a number search. Put in this number right here. Okay, y'all, follow me. I was following them. Because I wanted to see the outcome. So I was patient. Then when I was done, all of a sudden, it was like everything popped right up. Look at that. The Federal Reserve System. United States Department of Defense Accounting Services. So I decided to scroll down some more, get a good overlook, check things out. Then I went deeper. Y'all know me. I like to do a little bit of that investigation. Hit the button. And look what popped up. Oh yeah, all of the fees and how much they paid. How much they paid to file their filing for your body. Hey, it was $198 though for the whole complete process. And that was for them. Hell yeah, certified. They wanted a certified copy. And here's their UCC financial statement. Y'all see who is the debtor? Debtor 2. Debtor. Who's the secure party? The United States Treasury. And look at the bottom. Don't forget every check mark box. You want to know everything over here. Let me go to the addendum, the UCC3. And look what else they filed. Look what they claimed in here. Look who's the debtor in here. Look who's the debtor in here.
Department of Defense.
And look how much. And look at what they claimed. All real men with hands and legs. And all real land in the United States of America. And look at that number. Wow.
That is proof that we are under a system of slavery, and we need to do something about it. And this is something that is happening in a way that we're starting to understand. And a lot of people now, I think the majority understand that it's Israel is the problem. And it's these billionaire oligarchs who are the problem. For example, take a look at this, Nick Fuentes explaining how IPAC really does its job. It goes via billionaires using money created out of nothing. And put it out to the public, because otherwise I would not be doing my job. And we know that Donald Trump was bailed out by the Rothschilds. And the power structure, this control grid that we are under, it leads to the Rothschild family. And in fact, the forensic evidence goes to Jean-Michel de Rothschild, known to us as Brigitte Macron. And French intelligence called me and said that this Macron was responsible for the murder of Donald Trump. Now, we need to talk a little bit about Donald Trump, because he is basically an avatar for a long-term plot that they've had for us, for our future. And there are different factions using the Donald Trump avatar. And the good Donald Trump was backed by the Harriman Group. And by the way, the actual Donald Trump, and you can tell his face changed, everything changed between before 89 and after 89. And the Trump who was elected in 2024 again was the 6'3" tall good guy avatar Trump, and he was, he set up this Department of Government Efficiency and was trying very hard to rescue the United States from bankruptcy and drain the swamp. And he disappeared in June. He went to the G7 summit in Canada and he never returned. So after that, suddenly we have this short, fat, ugly Trump, the one that we're still seeing on our screens, suddenly declaring war on Iran and trying to start World War III and, sucking up to Israel. And, it became a nightmare scenario. And this is the Trump that we need to deal with. And again, the person who was Jean-Michel de Rothschild. And I have some names of the, this is actionable intelligence. We need to go after Jean-Michel, and we need to go after Alexander Benalla, Patrick Strzada, Bernard Emily, okay? And these are the people who are ordering the hits on people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Candace Owens and General Douglas McGregor. And they need to be eliminated from the system. This is what we have to do if we're going to free ourselves from this Babylonian debt slavery system we're under. And the other thing that we need to understand is that the system is now falling apart. It cannot maintain itself anymore. For example, they're now trying to put out 50-year mortgages, which means if you look at a 50-year mortgage, here's how it works. For the first 25 years, you only pay interest, basically. And it takes 50 years to finally pay off the house. And you end up paying $1.4 million for a house that was worth $400,000. This is how they extract money from us. And it's got to the point where we can no longer afford houses. And now take a look at this little BlackRock video.
We don't buy these houses to live in. We buy them in bulk, shrinking the number of homes on the open market, skewing mortgage rates, and exacerbating the housing crisis. Then, thanks to low supply, we charge whatever we want for rent. It's all part of our company motto. Fuck you!
These people really do artificially keep the price of houses high enough so that we have to basically work for a whole lifetime to pay for a house. So, houses should only cost about $10,000 if you think about the materials and the labor and stuff. But no, they want us to be in a system of lifetime debt slavery. And they realize that their system is falling apart, which is why they've been desperately trying to start war. And we're waking up. Most people now are aware of the Epstein Islands and the fact that we are ruled by a group of people. And if you want to become a leader in the West, this has now been proven. There's countless testimony. I've posted some very disturbing photographs of people like Barack Obama. These people are really, really criminal, and they're really, really scared right now because they know that they're going to face war crimes tribunals. My own sources in Polish intelligence tell me that Vladimir Zelensky and his top government have already, officials have already fled to Israel, and they will not find shelter there. We're going to go after them in Israel. They set up a fake mercenary company called Wagner, and they pretended it was Russian, and they grabbed all these Ukrainian men, sent them to a specific place. Here we have a group that's about to take power in Germany, admitting that, and they're saying we'll offer you truth and reconciliation in exchange for stepping aside. I know that's a hard pill to swallow, but we really do need to get good governments in the West again, or we're all going to be working for the Chinese. And that means we have to set up a transition. Now, what I have proposed to MI6 last week is that we remove the blackmailed pedophile Keir Starmer and put Nigel Farage in as Prime Minister. He can then call for a conference, and negotiations behind the scenes have already resulted in we have an agreement. The Russians, the Chinese, the Indians, the P3 Freemasons who control the Vatican, the Commonwealth, the Pentagon, they all agree that we need to replace the system of Babylonian debt slavery with a future planning agency that works for the people in complete transparency, trying to create the future they want. This is basically the system China has. They survey their people, find out what they want, and then they try to give